Hi, my name is Seth Andrews, and this is In Time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to In Time, overtime depending on. Thank you all for joining us. Today, we welcome you to our continuing coverage of the January 6th committee hearings. The hearings are expected to start in about a half hour. We're going a little early just to prep and make sure that everybody is good and ready to go. We're going to talk a little bit about what we expect to see, and we know that you have many avenues for which to watch the hearings. We're going to be covering them live with minimal interruption, and we hope that, we thank you for watching them here with us.
Ma'am, what happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced?
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you all for joining us. That video, I have to say, going to lay off showing that one quite so much. We're doing it more for the lulz than anything else, and that's not entirely fair. I think one reason that video is, we've discussed it before. It's shocking because the disconnect with reality. I had said yesterday that, so many of these people are LARPers, really, they're dressed in combat gear, and some of them meant it. I mean, some of them, I think the evidence is pretty clear that there were people who intended very much to hang Mike Pence that day and who were deliberately and wholeheartedly intended on a revolution. Having said that, 90% of the people there were LARPers. It's like, oh, we're starting a revolution, man. Let's bring the kids. And there was that one guy who's got a daughter, couldn't be more than 10 in tow, and she's basically wearing combat gear. And then she's carrying like her little brother in tow, and it's just this line of, and this was a family event. That guy who had the twist ties and the tape and was wearing the full mask had his mom in tow behind, and she wasn't wearing a mask. So I don't know what he was thinking, because they're going to find mom, and then they're going to say, okay, who's living with you in your basement? And dear Lord. So the stream that we are the intro to the stream is going to start, I think we're looking at this starting in about 7 minutes. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone gets their notifications, get everything out before the show starts. As I said before, we appreciate you guys coming and joining us for this. It's interesting. One of the things I had talked about yesterday as well, excuse me, and I'll try to keep the coughing to a minimum. It's amazing how long that cough lasts. We think of this as the most divisive time in American history. It's the most divisive time most of us have lived through, but the 60s were something else. If you look at pictures from the 60s, maybe early 70s, I think it was 72 when the machine gun nests were installed right outside the Capitol building. Machine gun nests outside the Capitol building. Think about that for a second. So it's we've had to contend with violence at the Capitol before. Having a group actually come in and make it into the building that way is very different. Brooks had brought this up, and I think this was a good point. When the Black Lives Matter protesters showed up at the in the rotunda in front of the Capitol building, when they showed up there was a tank waiting for them and a full, military National Guard, the whole 9 yards. And they had, only a day notice. They had loads of notice that this was going to happen, and they, or that something was going to happen. They knew there was going to be an attempt at riots. We've already seen and discussed sort of the evidence for that, and all the tip-offs that there was going to be something big. But it took 3 hours for the National Guard to get there. That's a stark difference. Same location, probably different levels of threat. The FBI had some idea of what was going to happen, and our government really did nothing. So that's an interesting contrast. I know. Happy to be here for In Time broadcast during European daylight. I know, right? We were going till about 2 a.m. last night on the coverage, and of course it's a little early, especially for me. I keep rather odd hours, but it is what it is. I am delighted to bring this to you. So the context that I was talking about in the 60s, people don't realize, a president of the United States was assassinated in the 60s. That doesn't happen very often, and here we had an American president assassinated in Dallas. But not only that, his brother, who was running for president and who had been attorney general, was also assassinated in the 60s. So was Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr., two seminal figures from that time. So 4 major assassinations, and a number of smaller ones that often aren't talked about. We were in the middle of the Vietnam War, which was just absolutely brutal. And I say that as the side that lost 1/10 the number of people that the other side did. The Cold War was scaring the living daylights out of everyone. The Cuban Missile Crisis, 13 days where everybody went to bed fully aware of the fact, or at least concerned about the fact that they may not wake up in the morning. And if they do, they may not like the world in which they wake. It may have been preferable that they hadn't. The 60s and then Watergate, early 70s, so Watergate maybe you can't count in the 60s, but it was an incredible time in the United States and a lot going on. This smacks of that, and that's kind of what we're seeing now and what we're experiencing is, and I didn't live through the 60s. I hadn't been born yet, but it's pretty remarkable what we're seeing now. But it's not, the severity and context of this is not unprecedented. What we're talking about in terms of a president refusing to hand over power, and he had tipped off that he was going to be like this, and he had said during the primaries when he was trying to become the Republican nominee, he had said that he wasn't sure he wasn't willing to agree to cede to a loss. He is a win at all costs person, and I've got to tell you, I'm the kid in high school who always made fun of. Well, made fun is real. I in my own head kind of looked down on all the school students with pride, school pride, and the school the student council and cheerleaders and all. I sort of felt they were all buying into the system, and I was not a huge fan of that. Having said that, you study history and you study what we as a species have been through and just how rare it is that power is given up voluntarily. That painting that they discussed of Washington resigning his commission and giving up power, if he had decided to stay in power, if he had said, what's best for the country is if I, George Washington, stay in power, a lot of people would have gone with him. And it would have destroyed this country, and it would have destroyed what it is that we've tried to achieve here. Handing over power like that is extremely rare. It is by far the exception in human history, and that is ostensibly what makes this country exceptional. My father was a criminal defense attorney, and I remember as a kid asking him time and time and time again and thinking I'd get a different answer every time I asked him. I'd say, what is law really about? And I always expected him to say justice. That's what I thought he was going to answer. That was the answer I was looking for. The answer I got each and every time was stopping violence. Stopping violence. That's the primary purpose of law is to have civilization, to not have violence, so that there's always something that you can do. There's always some level of recourse. And when he first started practicing, there were nobody, even the guards didn't have pistols in the, or firearms in the courthouse. You didn't need them because every criminal knew that there was always a further appeal. There was somewhere else they could go. There was something else they could do. But if they instigated violence, if they tried to escape, if they tried to do anything like that, the legal process was over. So it was the fact that there was hope for some resolution somewhere for them that kept them in check, that kept them from being violent. If your neighbor, accidentally burns down something on your property, or accidentally burns down your house, which has happened more than once in Colorado, in California, states like this, somebody starts a wildfire. The only reason they're not lynched and murdered is because we have laws that we know will take care of it. And we know that we'll get in trouble if we do. So we do our best to trust that the laws will exact some form of, quote, justice on whoever did this. So these laws, we think they're about justice, but it's really about keeping us from killing each other. It's the only thing that allows us to have a civilization. And the antithesis of law is violence. The antithesis of law is violence. It's not injustice, it's violence. So when we take a look at what Trump was willing to do to stay in power. And I don't think it's because he likes power all that much, to tell you the truth. And we've had this discussion about him many times before. I don't think he's power hungry in the sense that most people think of. I think he's attention hungry. And I think he needs to be the center of attention, and he needs to be, in his own mind, treated with dignity and respect and revered. That he wants. He's desperate to be revered. I don't think he wants power for power's sake. I've never seen him. Yeah, I think he likes the trappings, and especially that which, shows that he's revered. But I've never seen him really wield his authority in any meaningful way past that. And from what I can tell, he seems to be perfectly happy to let other people sort of do the busy work of governing. And it was reported repeatedly that when he was offering the vice presidency to a number of people, a number of whom turned him down, when he was looking at, who his running mate would be. Excuse me. Hold 1 second, please. Oh, dear Lord. The opening pitch on, would you be my vice president? The opening pitch on that was always, you get to run the country. Trump wasn't interested in running the country. He was interested in being sort of a figurehead. They often say you can either do something or take the credit for it. He was clear he wanted the credit. He didn't really care about doing it. So, in some ways, he's not your typical insurrectionist or seditionist. I don't think he wanted power for the traditional ends of power. It's still not an uncommon one. I think plenty of people love the pomp and circumstance, but for him, I don't think there was much else. I think that's all he really cared about. And, being able to make sure that his family was sort of under that umbrella. I think one of the worst tragedies he suffered was when he got kicked off of Twitter. I'm not kidding. I don't, it's not a tragedy for me. I think Twitter became a little less toxic then, and that's saying something because that's not easy to achieve. But having said that, I think that's hurting him where it counts. That and the pride. In his view, I think he is a narcissist. In his view, he doesn't lose. He doesn't lose. There are two kinds of people in this world. There are losers and there's him, at least in his view. And yeah, at least in his view, though, there's two kinds of people in the world, and he isn't going to be one of the others. He's going to be a winner. And even if he has to move the goalposts, which it's just kind of fun watching him say, goalposts are over there. I'm going to be over there. I'm going to make that 100 yards in 5 minutes. Gets about 3 yards in an hour, and then all of a sudden moves the goalposts to himself. He's yeah. He's the best at that mission accomplished thing. You drop the banner over. It's like, we accomplished the mission. I'd even said that that's what Putin should do, which, to tell you the truth, I kind of agree with Trump. But, Putin should just declare mission accomplished and bail. And we've talked about that. He probably should. But that concept rolls so easily off of Trump's lips, and that he talks about that so easily is, in my view, telling. So, I'm still waking up. I'm not good. I'm not a morning person, so everyone's going to have to bear with me a little bit. And again, I really do sincerely appreciate those of you who are watching this. You can, we're going to be covering this live. You can watch it on any channel. Just while watching it here, we get it's a way to support the channel. It certainly helps us with the algorithm if you're watching it here as opposed to somewhere else. So we do certainly appreciate it. We're going to do some commentary. I've watched a lot of live streams on other channels, and it's always a little frustrating when they stop right in the middle of something to make a comment. And yet, on the flip side, that's kind of why you watch it on a channel too, is to hear what they have to say about it. I'm going to do my best to keep the comments to a minimum. That's why we've been having a separate discussion show afterwards. Whether or not we're going to we'll see how that's going to dovetail into this. But I think the discussion should try to be kept as much as possible afterwards. I'm going to take notes. I'm going to timestamp things so we can go back to it. On the flip side, every now and then there's just a moment where it's like, okay, we got to stop and make people aware of just what the significance is as and when they're saying it. My hope is that, by the time we get through this, if it's a 2-hour thing, we're only going to be about have had maybe no more than 10 minutes in 2 hours, 10 minutes of commentary in that 2 hours. You guys want to watch this, and most of you, I think, most of you know at this point what's going on enough. We're an educational channel, but we assume that most of the people watching us already have a certain level, a certain level of education, and I think most people watching this have some idea of what's going on already. We've been covering this for some time. It is a little strange to see things that we covered live. And it's not just the insurrection, but we've been talking a bit about the Giuliani and the seven states with the fake electors, and all of a sudden, here that is, a huge issue. And one of the biggies I remember covering, and at some point I'm going to go over some of our past footage to see exactly, because it was a long time ago. We've done a lot of shows. But I remember covering the 7-point plan for how to win this election, even if he loses. And all of this was in that playbook. It's tough. You see something like that, you always have to ask yourself, okay, is this just some lunatic who said? Now this got at least to his chief of staff. I forget who wrote it, but it was a PDF explaining how to overturn the election and going after the electors and getting them to flip, or putting fake electors in. They didn't use the word fake. They weren't sitting there twirling their mustache, but that's what the plan was. And we covered it. It's weird because you see something like this and you sit there and say, how much of this? I mean, Mike Lindell, it was a little hard to take him seriously, but we did a show where, when he had been coming out of the White House, he's holding his coffee, but and you got to worry about this shit. Even at the White House, you're being photographed by everybody. So he had his notebook, and it was sideways, but it was facing the cameras, and a photographer snapped it and then blew up that image and took a look. Excuse me, and then read exactly what it said, and it was essentially a plan for how to proceed if he loses the election, and it was a startling plan. But this is the MyPillow guy. The funny thing is, I said this last night, the great Reverend, is it Dr. Reverend or Reverend Doctor? Reverend Dr. Christopher Mowdy Esquire has said many times, people are messy creatures, and we're very messy. We're used to seeing things on television, and even in television, everything's organized. Mark Twain said the difference between fiction and nonfiction is that fiction has to make sense, and it's true. There's so many stories as a writer. And helping people get agents, I remember all the time, you'd hear back from an agent, and the agent would say, okay, this scene in the story was unrealistic. And 9 times out of 10, it was the only part that was true. The writer had drawn from a real world experience. And, but they say that, that something is true is the defense of the mediocre writer. Just because it's true doesn't mean it's good writing or a good story. But, it's funny because it's the true things that are often most unbelievable. And, really, a guy named Madoff, his name was Madoff, and he stole how much money from people? It was this huge scam. You couldn't write it. So when you take a look at Watergate and you take a look at the ineptitude of how that was done, you sit there and say, even the U.S. government can't be that frigging dumb and that stupid. Turns out they are. So that's what makes this shit so complicated, trying to get through it. You sit there and say, okay, we have to accept the fact that all human beings, myself included, are dumber than we like to give them credit for. So what is it that we're really looking at here? And we have Mike Lindell, and you have all this other cast of characters that is just, and the Trump family is, oh boy. And you sit there and this doesn't feel real. Doesn't feel real, and yet I guess everyone's so saturated with it that we have to have these hearings because so few people actually understand what happened here. So to get back to what I was saying earlier about the transfer of power, and I'm not big on those paintings of America which are so often, it's like pictures of Jesus. Almost every picture of Jesus you've ever seen is, all right, so it looks like the committee did delay, so we're going to take a look at that. So many pictures of Jesus that you've seen, probably all of you have seen. I doubt any of you have seen anything that's more realistic. The picture of Jesus that most of us have seen is white with, long dark hair and all these other things. He was Mesopotamian. He wasn't white. His hair was certainly, not European. His skin was not European. He was Mesopotamian. He was dark-skinned. He's even described in the Bible as having skin of burnt bronze. That's not any white guy I know. But the image that we see in churches is something that we can relate to, so it's this white guy. So you take a look at these paintings inside Congress, and they're the idealized version of who we are and how true it is, especially when you take a look at how many of them owned slaves and or had sex with their slaves, or any number of other faults in the Founding Fathers that we like to ignore. You take a look at these paintings, and they're inspiring, but, I always see them as propaganda, and I'm not overly impressed. But the painting of... Oh, hold on. Stand by one. All right. Oh, that's worth knowing. The painting of Washington surrendering his power may also... I don't... Keep in mind, that's a painting, right? That's not a picture. The guy who painted that didn't sit there and as Washington is surrendering his power say, okay, everybody stop, don't move. We're going to sit here for 18 hours while I paint this. So just nobody move. Should have gone to the bathroom beforehand. Should have thought of that if you got to go and let me paint this. No. It may have looked something like that and he was painting it from memory, or he just invented it, which is most likely. But that symbolism is in fact important. And anyways, I appreciated the callback to that. And the understanding that the Constitution was not written to be fair. Fairness is considered, but that's not why it was written. It was written to try to establish a society where when everybody disagrees, we don't go around killing each other. That's it. That's it. That's the low bar. And not a lot of societies have succeeded at that for any significant length of time. That's an ambitious bar. It's a low bar, and it's pretty ambitious. Given the talks of secession and attempted secession, a civil war, the Founding Fathers would rather we not have had a civil war. And if they had been able to make a perfect constitution, ostensibly, we'd find ways to have gotten around what happened with the Civil War. We didn't. The goal is, to recognize that we're trying to make a more perfect union and that we're always evolving towards that, but that this is a process by which everybody can have their voice heard. Everybody can feel like they have some ownership in the government, and the Founding Fathers deduced, and I think rightly so, that the more ownership you have in the government, the more you will fight for it instead of against it. In some ways, we have less control in our own government than we ever have. Political action committees, super PACs, I've spaced the name of the decision, Citizens United, have all found ways to siphon power from the average person and put it in the hands of a select few, something that the Founding Fathers realized is, for the most part, on a long enough time scale, always a recipe for violence. it's unavoidable to some extent. I don't think they were so naive as to think that they found the perfect solution to it, but I think they identified that as the problem, and that's why the Constitution was written the way it was. So what I'm going to do now is, so let's see, the start was delayed by the committee. Stay tuned. So let me see. I don't know. We at this point have no idea just how long this is going to be delayed. I'm tempted. One of the things we're trying to do is try to have this encapsulated so that people who are interested in seeing our coverage of the footage can just come here, hit play, and boom, see it. That's one of the reasons we're having the discussions separate, so that if you want to see the hearings, you can just see the hearing for any given day, and the discussion is a separate video. If you're interested in that, you don't have to, try to work your way through 4 hours of video for a 90-minute hearing. So I don't think we're going to end the stream. I'm probably not going to trim it in the first, so we may just add a timestamp down at the bottom. If you're listening to this and it's days, weeks, or however long after this, we'll add a timestamp to it as to when this happens. We may also just go into standby. If they're going to be 3 or 4 hours, obviously I don't think we should keep the stream going for 3 or 4 hours. But at this point too, I can sit here and listen. I run a YouTube channel. I didn't do this because I can keep my mouth shut. So I can find something to keep talking about. But so we'll give this another couple of minutes, and if we don't get anything, we may just move into a standby. So let me see. I'm going to also hit the live chat. Oh dear Lord. Let me hit the live chat, and 8:40 a.m. for the for Native Atheist, 3:40 p.m. He must. Yeah, I will say this. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. We do try to. Let me rephrase that. We're appreciative of the fact that people outside the U.S. watch this show. I don't want to have a show that is just limited to the American perspective. Obviously, I'm an American. My co-hosts have all been American, I think. So we're going to have that bent, and the show does lean, obviously, very strongly in that direction. But we're also rather critical of this country, and I'm glad that it has an appeal outside of just this country. So thank you, gentlemen. Why is this just pin up Trump he's gone? All right, hold on one second. Stand by one. All right, so Sunday Drive. Why is this just a pin Trump to the wall effort? He's gone. We need to know why the National Guard didn't show up. The failure of security is a critical issue. All right. I would make a couple of suggestions along those lines. One, I don't know that he's gone. The evidence is mounting. He is going to make a run for president again. Now, people are saying that inside the Republican Party, it may be that his support has failed enough that he's not going to get the leadership and they'll find a way to torpedo him. But if that's the case, that's only the case because of things like this. So if he's gone, it's only because people have made public the things that he's done wrong. Brooks last night said he doesn't think Trump is going to face any accountability for any of this. I hope he's wrong. I've said that he's wrong on occasion, more than once on these things, and so far, reality has been leaning in his direction, not mine. So, but here's the thing. I'm going to assume I have this conversation most with conservatives, so I'm going to argue as if I'm arguing with a conservative, and I'm going to make a couple of suggestions. Some of these are points that Iyzandering had made, and I found very compelling. One of the reasons Iyzandering has always been against the expansion of powers for the government, and especially the executive branches, even if the executive branch is held by somebody with whom he's ideologically aligned, he's aware that it won't always be. And again, this was deliberate by the founding fathers. This was one of the ways that they kept the expansion of, in particular, the executive branch in check, because any power that you give the executive branch, your adversaries will eventually have. So we have to ask ourselves, okay, if you're a fan of Trump, or maybe not a fan of Trump, but you're a conservative, and as bad as he was better than a liberal in office. Okay, fine. But keep in mind that everything that he did set the precedent for doing this again. How would you feel if Biden ends up trying this? Now, I don't think he will, because he's really institutionalized and he believes in the process, as, by the way, did Mike Pence. But not every Democratic candidate will. What happens when we get a candidate on the Democratic side who says, I'm going to start playing by their rules? Now, it's not their rules. It was one candidate. It was Trump. And I think you can blame conservatives and the Republican Party for Trump a decent amount. But because I warned this was coming. Everybody saw this coming. At least everybody on the left saw this coming. But on the flip side, Trump is Trump. He's not all conservatives, and he's never spoken for all conservatives. But nonetheless, what happens when somebody says, I can beat conservatives at their own game? And you get a liberal who comes in and who wants to do roughly the same things. Now, liberals will tell you that's never really happened. Yeah, that's happened. In the same way that many Christians will sit there and say, well, the KKK isn't really, a Christian terrorist, or they're not Christians. Well, by the accounting of most Christians, but, they think they're Christians and they're a Christian terrorist organization. So Christians will sit there and say, there's never been a Christian terrorist. Yeah, there's been a lot of Christian terrorists. And there have been dictators and brutal people on the left. Take a look at Stalin, Mao as well. We've seen this. So the left can do it. And if we don't hold the right accountable, you think you're going to succeed in holding the left accountable? Left's just going to say, hey, you guys rolled over and said, let's talk about security when Trump did this, so we can do the same thing. This is how it escalates. This is how the rule of law breaks down, is when we sit there and say, nope, he did it, he got away with it, let's move on. I think that's extraordinarily dangerous, and I think usually it's the conservatives who have that view. So the fact that there are conservatives willing to say, let's just move on, it's done. The party of accountability, ostensibly, saying this? Really? Really? You're okay with liberals trying the same thing? Because they will. I'm a liberal. I'll tell you right off the bat, we're not above trying the same thing. We like to think we are. Let them off the hook if you want. I don't think it's a good idea. All right, so that's in response to why are we pinning Trump to the wall? Fair point. Hope can be effective shackles too, yeah. Oh, well, no, okay. For me, it's about propaganda more than justice. The Dems need to push this message hard. We had that discussion, and that's a somewhat more cynical view, but unfortunately, I think there's more reality to that view than not. I do think this may also push... I think as this filters out the difference between especially what Fox News is reporting and what the reality is, I think Brooks was correct on that one too. I'm getting really tired of saying I think Brooks was right. Can we... I want to look into... We need to establish the ethics of me saying Brooks wasn't wrong. So I won't admit he was right. I'll just say he wasn't wrong. And maybe that's good. I don't like admitting other people are right this often. I just don't, especially not on my air. So Brooks wasn't wrong. I think he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. So I think, oh dear Lord, where was I? I'm still waking up, and I'm on about 4 hours of sleep because we did this last night. So the question had been, let's see. Well, this wasn't about security. The propaganda, and then about justice. He was talking about just sort of the midterms and stopping Democratic hemorrhaging in the midterms. How successful this will be at it remains to be seen. Having said that, I think experience sort of suggests that he's right. There are exceptions. Now, Nixon was never prosecuted, but he was removed from office. Well, removed. He left ahead of being removed. I mean, it's one of those "you can't fire me, I quit" situations. But accountability does happen, but it's the minority. Obviously, how many people were held accountable for Wall Street? What happened in 2007, 2008? How many people were actually held accountable? One Wall Street banker went to jail for that? And they were breaking laws left and right. Brooks, unfortunately, was not wrong when he said that when corruption becomes institutionalized, which is the goal is to prevent that. When corruption becomes institutionalized, you can't prosecute corruption because you take down the entire system. In fact, you end up prosecuting innocent people because they're the only ones that, have absolutely no protection. That's what happens in Russia. That's what happens in China. It does happen here. Ostensibly significantly less. I'd like to keep it that way. We should do a show, and I don't know who would get on for this. So if you've got any ideas, join our Discord, hit me up on Discord, or just send me a message on Discord. You can put it in the live chat too. I'll miss it with all the, I'd like to do a show on pageantry. We are fascinated with pageantry and pomp and circumstance. We've had it in every culture. Some of it is rituals of significance in some way, where we have a ritual to, and this gets into Joseph Campbell and any number of, but why is it that we are so fascinated by things that is really more just show than anything else, and how much are we really aware of that versus not? It's an interesting problem. It's an interesting question. And we've always been fascinated with that. And I think that it is true, obviously. We discussed this. A lot of this is propaganda. It is all propaganda, depending on how you use that definition. Certainly not by most Americans' view of the word, but, Apollo 13 was a propaganda movie, believe it or not. It just was. I agree with the message, but it was a propaganda movie. It was a movie with an agenda. This has an agenda outside of it. This has a political agenda, so it's propaganda, whether you agree with it or not. We've discussed this with Ukraine. There's propaganda coming out. There's a decent amount of propaganda coming out of Zelensky's government. I'm for Ukraine. I believe that the Russians need to be kicked out of there as quickly as possible. I believe that for the most part, almost any amount of violence within the sort of traditional rules of war, as it were, is acceptable, and kicking them out. That doesn't mean that Zelensky doesn't engage in propaganda. That doesn't mean that the numbers of how many tanks they've destroyed is necessarily legitimate. If you're Zelensky and you're trying to defend your country, and you've got two figures, one that is a low figure for how many tanks were destroyed, and you have some reason to suspect it's more accurate, and a high figure that's a justifiable figure, and your military is sending you, well, at most we destroyed this many tanks. You're going with the high figure. Why? Because you got to keep your troops motivated. You got to keep people interested in fighting for you.
Hello, welcome to the PBS NewsHour. In just a few minutes, the House Select Committee.
All right, we'll unmute that when it actually really gets to going. I may also need to frame that up a little bit. Yeah, that is going to need to get framed up. So I'll deal with the framing of that to make sure. So if there's anything on the bottom, we don't miss it, because it does look like the bottom's cut off on that. So I'll deal with that in just a sec. At any rate, or I'll wait till it starts. Let's see, where was I? We were propaganda. Propaganda is just any story that's a narrative that's trying to, and I'm sure there's a much better definition, I'm winging this one, but that is trying to reach some sort of political end outside of just the whatever the quote facts of the story are. Of course, Zelensky uses propaganda. In the U.S., we see propaganda as necessarily negative, and the reason was, especially in the 80s, this was the accusation of Russia that we made against Russia all the time. It's propaganda, it's propaganda, it's propaganda. And Russia, just everything is propaganda. Absolutely everything is propaganda, especially in the former Soviet Union. A whole bunch of reasons for this. We'll get into it at some other point. But having said that, it doesn't mean that sometimes the propaganda wasn't actually true, and it doesn't mean that the U.S. didn't engage in propaganda. So that notwithstanding, this is propaganda. Take that for what it's worth. I think it has value, and I think that there's a lot of truth and facts in it. Capitol Police were not the D.C. National Guard was. Yeah, so I mean, I think Sunday's got an excellent point, and I think Sunday. So Sunday Drive, I should say, because Sunday may confuse with President Sunday. This is something that Brooks had brought up, and I think it's a very good question. And I think Sunday there's always the questions that are sort of behind the curtains where you're realizing some kind of systemic issue that you hadn't, that nobody else has picked up on. I think Sunday Drive is on to something in that respect, which is why is it that it's what, Brooks had said last night, which I think was underappreciated. The National Guard was able to show up in full force with only a day's notice, and I mean just full force, when the Black Lives Matter protesters showed up in D.C. They had months' notice of this, and they didn't show up until 3 hours after this had all gone to hell. That's interesting. I don't think it may be that that's a conspiracy. It may be. I'm not sure I'd go that far with it. I think at a minimum it shows the mindset of the people in charge. Because D.C. is not a state. D.C. isn't a state. It's the District of Columbia. It's not one of the 50 states. The president is in charge of D.C. And I'm trying to remember again. My brain is still in neutral here. They don't have a governor. They have, I forget what they have, but D.C. does not have. I don't think it's got a governor. If they've got a governor, it's not a. Oh wow. I'll have to look up exactly how the structure works. But the whoever is ostensibly in charge of D.C. and I don't think it's a governor. It may be a mayor. I don't remember. Can't actually call the National Guard. And it doesn't have the same authority as somebody who's in charge of a state would have. Most of that authority actually resides with the president. Now, the president doesn't manage it day to day, but believe it or not, the president is essentially in the position of governor there. If I recall, I am not good in the mornings. There's a reason we do our shows at night. I'm great at. I'm good at like 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm good till about 4 a.m. in the morning. At this hour, oh God, not much news you can do out of one bloodshot eye. But at any rate, it's the president who determines whether or not the National Guard gets dispatched to D.C. And he didn't seem to think it was important. We know for a fact he didn't think this was a big deal. We have reports that he was watching the television in glee. He didn't seem to think it was an issue. So we know that the National Guard had been offered to D.C. prior, and D.C. turned it down. It looks to me, based on how and why they turned it down prior, was they were sitting there saying, well, listen, we've seen what the National Guard has done in Portland. We don't want to become Portland. So I think there's a lot to look at there, and I think there were probably mistakes on both sides. I think the day of, the National Guard could have been deployed a lot faster, and it's crystal clear that Mike Pence wanted it deployed faster. A lot of other people wanted it deployed faster, and there was institutionalized resistance towards that. It certainly did not come from, that institutionalized resistance didn't come from the military. So where exactly it was is what we're going to have to look at today. Today's hearing, as I understand it, and we will have to see how and what they do, but today's is, what is it? Today's is what Trump's advisors knew and when. I think what they're going to try to do today is paint the picture that Trump had all of the information that he needed to know for a fact that he had lost. He had lost, period. There was no rigging of anything. There was no fraud. And he had all of the information he needed to know that. And he had no evidence of fraud. This was a narrative that either he spun and or his inner circle spun in order to fight that loss. That's going to be important, obviously, going forward, because the whole premise of this was that he was trying an insurrection. And in order to do that, you have to demonstrate that he must have known that none of this was true. He must have known that he had, in fact, in real life, lost. If he believes, and this is why I think it does get to, at least in terms of framing this, framing the arguments that they're going to try to make here, what he believed does matter to some extent, to at least to the severity of the crimes that he's going to be accused of and what it means. If he truly thought that he won the election, his actions would obviously have different import than if he recognized and understood that he had lost. I don't think there's anyone here who thinks that he actually thought he had won. There may be, let me rephrase. Some of his hardcore supporters believe everything he says, and they believe that he won because he says he won. Yeah, I don't think he believes it. All right. I'm still behind in the live chat. Randy's here. I stutter at night, but the info is good. Yeah. All right, let's see. All right. And Yeah, I stutter more in the mornings. This is not my. I am a night owl. It takes me most of the day to get up to like full energy levels. I'm full energy levels usually around 10 p.m., which my wife is thrilled by. That's when I just become Tiggery and bouncing all around, like, let's go do something, right? And then that tapers very slowly till about 4 a.m., and then I crash, sleep for 8 hours, and start the whole process again. I was not made to be up. This is, if God wanted me up at this time of day, he'd have made it 4 p.m. Mark Reed, which is worse, dishonest or delusional? Dishonest. In terms of the effect and what nearly happened, they're both really the same. In terms of accountability or culpability, delusional, you can't really blame him. Dishonest, you can. All right. So let's listen in for a second. And I think what they're saying now, they're saying 100,000 documents, no evidence of fraud, and also, and I'd like to remind everyone, and we said this last time too, and I think this bears repeating. The committee's not done yet. This is not their final findings. They are releasing this ostensibly for the public interest. I mean, again, we talked about this. It is propaganda. They're releasing this because they know that conservatives, if Republicans are put back into power, they will shut this down. They've said they'll shut it down. They're trying to awaken the consciousness to the stories that they're telling and their perspective on this. They're trying to awaken this country to that, to build momentum to keep this going if the Republicans seize power of Congress, seize control, at least of the House. So in part that, in part to influence the other. There's a whole number of reasons why. Again, they want the political theater, and they're doing what they're doing here. Having said that, yeah, there's going to be a lot of me losing my train of thought, like literally mid. Yeah. Having said that, I really did lose my. The committee. So this is a preliminary finding. This is a preliminary finding. This is not their final report. They will issue their final report in November. Their final report will contain all of the evidence. What they are doing is highlighting what, in their view, is the strongest elements of the evidence. We're not going to see all the evidence. A lot of the evidence we've seen already because it's been released at trials. A lot of this has been public. Some of it has not. So if you've been following it already, you know. But this is the goal of this is to let the public know that they, in their view, have reached their conclusion, which is that Trump has done these things. This is not a trial. This is not legally binding. It has elements of a trial, and it is expected to maintain certain kinds of a trial decorum. But one of the things that I pointed out yesterday was that the chairman was testifying. Lawyers in a trial aren't allowed to testify. You may not understand the difference there, but a lawyer asks questions and the witness testifies. The witness says, this is what I saw, this is what I heard. The lawyer isn't allowed to say, well, we know you saw this and we know you saw that. Now, they can, when asking you a question, say that if it's a hostile witness, if it's a cross-examination, they're allowed to ask what are called leading questions like that and then ask you to confirm. That wasn't even what was happening yesterday because he wasn't asking the witness to confirm or deny it. He was just telling the witness what it meant, what the witness saw. So what you saw basically means X, Y, Z. Thank you for coming. See you later. Okay. That's called testifying. That's not even a leading question. That's testifying. So the chairman was testifying. If there were a judge there and this were a trial, that would not be permitted. So this isn't a trial. People have also said, well, gee, we should hear both sides. Why isn't the other side being given a chance to speak? Ostensibly, that's already happened. Now, how much that's actually happened is a gray area, a lot of room for interpretation there. But the purpose of this committee was this is a fact-finding commission. Their job was to find out who was responsible for January 6th. Their job is to collect all the evidence, look at all the sides, and reach a conclusion. Ostensibly, that's what they've done. Now, there are Republicans on this committee. Those Republicans have been all but kicked out of the Republican Party. Republicans are obviously very upset with them, but ostensibly, Republicans have had a say. Most of the time, they've been trying to shut this down. Does that mean that a counter view was given? We don't know. What we do know is that there's a lot of testimony. There's a lot of testimony under oath. There's testimony under contempt of Congress charges, under charges of perjury, under charges of obstruction of justice, and sometimes people are refusing to testify anyway, and sometimes they're testifying. And when the FBI asks you a question, you kind of have to answer truthfully, or you can end up in a lot of trouble. And a lot of this, as Brooks pointed out, was FBI testimony where FBI has interviewed witnesses, and that's what we're hearing. Are there other perspectives to this? Absolutely. Presumably, that's why you have Republicans on this committee, is so that they can sit there and say, well, let's look at the other side of this. So this committee is bipartisan. Again, conservatives are going to sit there and argue, no, it's really not. We've kicked them out of the party just for being on this committee. But since nobody has seen the full committee results, it's like, there's a lot of partisanship happening on all sides. At any rate, none of this is legally binding. There are consequences for lying to Congress. There are consequences for lying in a committee hearing. So everybody here is ostensibly has good motives to tell the truth. Most of them have testified or have been interviewed by the FBI, and there's even worse consequences. At least Brooks says the consequences are worse for lying to the FBI. That's actually probably true, but I want to look into that because I'm pretty sure about the contempt of Congress thing. We had an issue about that yesterday, so we'll take a look at it. But ostensibly, for the objection, why aren't we hearing both sides? This is the conclusion of the investigation. And it's a preliminary conclusion. The full conclusions will be out in November. Ostensibly, they have interviewed everybody on all sides. It's a bit like the Benghazi hearings And when Comey testified about the Hillary Clinton emails, it's like, well, why aren't we hearing Hillary Clinton's side? Well, what we're hearing is what the investigators found. This is the conclusion of FBI investigators, Department of Justice investigating Hillary Clinton, investigating, actually both of those, it was Hillary Clinton. The reason she wasn't given a chance to respond, although actually she was. The committee brought her up to ask her side. And by the way, Trump's been invited, so have a number of people who have declined. But that's presumably when they have an opportunity to tell their story, and if they choose not to. The investigators hired not hired, but who were assigned to look into Benghazi, who looked into the Hillary Clinton emails, the same with the investigation into the first, Mueller's investigation. The idea is that Mueller ostensibly is independent, and he is going to reach his own independent conclusion based on all the evidence. And he's going to talk to everybody involved, including Trump and anybody else, if they're willing to talk to him. So this isn't a trial. This is the results of an investigation. And that's what we're looking at. So I'm going to turn on, it looks like they're getting ready. Let me turn on the audio in a sec. So what we're saying is if we base it on, nothing will come. That seems to be the general consensus, is that, stand by one. The general consensus is that, and we've discussed this several times already today and yesterday, in a legal sense, maybe nothing will come of this. Things have already come of it. There have been a number of members of the Proud Boys who've been arrested, who've been taken to jail. The investigative powers that this committee has can be used in suits across the country. The FBI has already brought a large number of cases based on evidence that this committee has found. This committee can also just send that evidence to the Department of Justice with any recommendations that they have. Will anything happen? In a political, not in a political, in a criminal sense, probably not. In a political sense, this could influence whether Trump could run again. He may run again either way. But if the conservatives and the Republican Party decide that there's just too much liability here because of what comes out here, they can torpedo him and they're not supposed to, but that's what the DNC did to Bernie Sanders. The DNC said, we don't like Bernie Sanders. We're going to make sure he loses. And they did. Same thing can happen to Trump. So, Clinton I was never a huge fan of Clinton for any number of reasons. I will say this, and I think that this is not really contestable. She is the most vetted candidate in human history for any political office, and that I'm aware of, they haven't found anything. I also think we should do a show, just like a nick of time or something on what exactly was found by Comey in the Hillary Clinton email. She did not delete a single email message. The ones that were deleted by a technician who had lied to her and reported that they had already been deleted, failed to do it, and then had a, quote, oh shit moment months later. And when the subpoena came out, said, oh, I was supposed to delete these a while ago, so then he deleted them then. Is that convenient? Well, maybe, but all of the ones that were deleted, I think they got 90% back. Emails go both ways. They were able to get many of them from the other side. None of it had anything incriminating, so if she deleted it because it contained something incriminating, that doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And the evidence is extraordinarily strong that she believed they had already been deleted. She just said, as part of a routine purge, she ordered them deleted. Technician, the company that does it, said, sure, we'll delete them. They told their technician to do it. Their technician said, sure. For whatever reason, didn't. Reports that he did. They kick it back to Hillary and say, yep, everything's been taken care of. 4 weeks later, she gets a subpoena. The technician and everybody there finds out about the subpoena. And the technician says, "Oh shit, I didn't delete them," and then deletes them. And we have the whole email record of Hillary contacting the company saying, "Delete these things." It was just part of their regular policy. These things were regularly purged. They contacted their technician, said do it. He said it's been done. Boom, and we have all this stuff. It's pretty clear the reason he was given immunity, which later was painted as, well, if Hillary didn't do anything wrong, why give him immunity? They gave him immunity so that he could testify as to whether he actually made that mistake or not, or if this was some pressure being applied post hoc to invent this thing. But they've got the evidence. The emails are all on all the servers that she really thought this had been deleted, and all the stuff that was deleted was not incriminating anyway. So it was a big nothing burger, but a lot of people don't really know what happened there. So at some point, I think we'll have to cover it. That's a door. It's a very interesting door. I don't think they're going to call the door to testify, but who knows at this point. Obviously, let's see. So they're about more than a half hour late at this point. Let's see what else the live chat. Let's see. Yeah, trolls in the live. Where is Titan when you need him? I was talking with Titan. I was talking with Titan, and he was like, he's that early. He ain't coming. He's like, Nick, I ain't coming. Titan has been to probably 95% of the episodes of In Time. 95%. Even I haven't been to 100. There have been a few shows that have aired without me. I was either sick or anything like that. But he's about as close to having been to as many shows as I've been. And he's just like, nope, good luck with the hearings. I ain't going this early. So tightening around. I guess the trolls are out in spades. Let's see. If the economy is tanking in November, Dems get slaughtered. That is about as close to an axiom when it comes to politics that I know. A bad economy is always bad for the incumbent. I think, Jason, you're right. Oh, and just a programming note. Tomorrow, we're going to have on Mr. X, who we had on before. He is a philosopher, but his area of expertise is actually conspiracy theories. We had him on to discuss conspiracy theories a while back. He's a delight. He's a character. And 𝐂𝐚𝐥𝐿 to discuss the... Dear Lord. Wow. Just wow. Okay. I'm okay. We're good. Titan is omnipresent, yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So, let's see. Where are we now? They're showing us the room because apparently that's how we get context for what's going on. Yeah, her testimony. Oh no, she wasn't the one. Yeah, some of the testimony yesterday was. I was getting a little choked up when they had the officer there. I've spaced her name, and she was talking about sort of her family's history of service, and after she had lost consciousness, when she woke up, she's just got right back into the fight. And yeah. All right. So all right. All right, let's see what we've got for the audio here. Well, this is actually a good chance to test the audio. We'll make sure that you guys can hear it. Yeah, I think you guys should be hearing that, no problem. All right, so we're still waiting. I think I saw the chairman there a second ago. So my hope is that they're beginning any minute here. All right, have you... So my hope is that you guys have been able to hear at least sort of the background chatter. They've muted it now. That's not muted on our side. Yeah, hand-to-hand combat for hours. Yeah, I mean, the police did a spectacular job, I think, with what they were given. It's been pointed out, and I think I've said this before. Let me All right, stand by one. Let me make sure on the audio here. Yeah, there is. It's soft, but I think you're getting it. It's just right now. It's just it's literally just a few clicks of the camera and stuff like that. I have the audio a little louder in my headset, but I think you guys are actually getting the audio. So we'll see when someone starts talking. Oh dear Lord, where was I? Well, I was talking about. I lost my train of thought again. I'm ambivalent. That picture of Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. I've said this before. I've had that since the 8th grade, and I read what he wrote and learned about him, and I fell in love, and a very imperfect man, which I'm kind of thankful for, because then I can still have goals and realize that, I'm imperfect too. But I think people dramatically underestimate just how powerful his ideas were. And people like him, Gandhi, have brought empires down to their knees with these tactics. And it's absolutely amazing. And nonviolence is one of them, and I am not a pacifist. We had to enter World War II, and in fact, Churchill deliberately pissed on Hitler's shoes to get him into the war because he wanted to get that started before they'd gotten any further. So it's I'm not a pacifist, but in general, I try to find the most peaceful solution I can, and I'm for police, governments finding the most peaceful solution with protesters. I think you can wait out most protesters. I don't think you have to go in to all hostage situations, shooting, yada yada yada. Having said that, we talked about how there were only 5 deaths associated with this event, and many of them well after it, and it's a miracle. It's a miracle more people weren't shot and killed, but part of me is almost offended that more people weren't shot and killed, and the reason is this was literally an attack on Congress. So I don't know how to feel about that. I will confess I'm ambivalent. I'm proud that our police force was so hesitant to shoot at other Americans. I'm proud of that. There was so much disorganization. I don't think they knew what they had authority to do or what didn't. I'm not proud that it got as far as it did. When we saw live the officers with their guns drawn, aiming through the windows of the Senate chamber to keep people out. But the reality is, as much as my instincts are to say they should have acted more aggressively, and to say that there's this part of me that yearns for consequences for those people, including that they had, been shot at. That's why that Karen video that we show at the beginning is so shocking. Like, they maced me. I was just trying to start a revolution. The reality is, if they had shot, this is I think the truth, and I'd be curious to see how many people are going to object to this. If the officers had routinely and regularly shot at the people coming at them, I think they'd have returned fire, and you would have had a major firefight in Congress. I think that's what would have happened. So I do have some of that ambivalence. I do, but that restraint probably saved a lot of lives on both sides and stopped Congress from just getting utterly torn to shreds with bullet fire in every single hallway. So All right. Yeah, it still hasn't started, but they're threatening to start, so we'll see. I haven't been on every show on In Time. Answer. Some of those are the best shows. Oh, dear Lord. All right. Last minute witness change. Okay, so, and we don't know, I mean, yeah. All right. Let's just see. All right. Looks like they're going to start any second now.
Calls the committee to order. As we wait, we'll say that in the hearing last Thursday, Chairman Thompson and Republican Representative Liz Cheney, there you see her on his left, on your right, they laid out their cases. They placed blame for inciting the attack squarely on former President Trump. Let's go to Chairman Thompson.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good morning. Last week, the Select Committee laid out a preview of our initial findings about the conspiracy overseen and directed by Donald Trump to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election and block the transfer of power, a scheme unprecedented in American history. My colleagues and I don't want to spend time talking about ourselves during these hearings, but as someone who's run for office a few times, I can tell you at the end of a campaign, it all comes down to the numbers. The numbers tell you the winner and the loser. For the most part, the numbers don't lie. But if something doesn't add up with the numbers, you go to court to get resolution. And that's the end of the line. We accept those results. That's what it means to respect the rule of law. That's what it means to seek elective office in our democracy. Because those numbers aren't just numbers, they're votes. They're your votes. They are the will and the voice of the people. And the very least we should expect from any person seeking a position of public trust is the acceptance of the will of the people, win or lose. Donald Trump didn't. He didn't have the numbers, he went to court. He still didn't have the numbers, he lost. But he betrayed the trust of the American people. He ignored the will of the voters. He lied to his supporters and the country. And he tried to remain in office after the people had voted him out, and the courts upheld the will of the people. This morning, we'll tell the story of how Donald Trump lost an election and knew he lost an election, and as a result of his loss, decided to wage an attack on our democracy, an attack on the American people by trying to rob you of your voice in our democracy, and in doing so, lit the fuse that led to the horrific violence of January 6th, when a mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol sent by Donald Trump to stop the transfer of power. Today, my colleague from California, Ms. Lofgren, and our witnesses will detail the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I will recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Last week, as the chairman noted, our committee began outlining a 7-part plan overseen by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we will begin looking at the initial part of that plan, President Trump's effort to convince millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him by overwhelming fraud. A federal court has already reviewed elements of the committee's evidence on this point and said this, quote, "In the months following the election, numerous credible sources from the president's inner circle to agency leadership and statisticians informed President Trump and Dr. Eastman that there was no evidence of election fraud," close quote, sufficient to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The court's opinion methodically documents each of the principal reasons for that conclusion, and I would urge all those watching to read it. Today, we will begin to show the American people some of our evidence. Today, you will hear much more from former Attorney General Bill Barr's recorded testimony, and you will hear in greater detail what others in the department told President Trump, that his claims of election fraud were nonsense. You will also hear much more from President Trump's own campaign experts, who had also concluded that his fraud claims could not be supported. Let me focus briefly on just 3 points now. First, you will hear firsthand testimony that the president's campaign advisors urged him to await the counting of votes and not to declare victory on election night. The president understood even before the election that many more Biden voters had voted by mail because President Trump ignored the advice of his campaign experts and told his supporters only to vote in person. Donald Trump knew before the election that the counting of those mail-in ballots in several states would not begin until late in the day and would not be complete for multiple days. This was expected, reported, and widely known. You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani to just claim he won and insist that the vote counting stop, to falsely claim everything was fraudulent. He falsely told the American people that the election was not legitimate. In his words, quote, a major fraud. Millions of Americans believed him. Second, pay attention to what Donald Trump and his legal team said repeatedly about Dominion voting machines. Far-flung conspiracies with a deceased Venezuelan communist allegedly pulling the strings. This was, quote, complete nonsense, as Bill Barr said. President Trump's own campaign advisors, his Department of Justice, and his cybersecurity experts all told him the same thing. Here, for example, is White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. His view was shared by many of the Trump team whom we interviewed.
I thought the Dominion stuff was, I never saw any evidence whatsoever to sustain those allegations.
And third, as Mike Pence's staff started to get a sense for what Donald Trump had planned for January 6th, they called the campaign experts to give them a briefing on election fraud and all the other election claims. On January 2nd, the general counsel of the Trump campaign, Matthew Morgan, this is the campaign's chief lawyer, summarized what the campaign had concluded weeks earlier, that none of the arguments about fraud or anything else could actually change the outcome of the election.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and 𝐂𝐚𝐥𝐥-𝐈𝐧, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
As is obvious, this was before the attack on the Capitol. The Trump campaign legal team knew there was no legitimate argument, fraud, irregularities, or anything to overturn the election. And yet President Trump went ahead with his plans for January 6th anyway. Mr. Chairman, hundreds of our countrymen have faced criminal charges. Many are serving criminal sentences because they believed what Donald Trump said about the election, and they acted on it. They came to Washington, D.C. at his request. They marched on the Capitol at his request. And hundreds of them besieged and invaded the building at the heart of our constitutional republic. As one conservative editorial board put it recently, quote, Mr. Trump betrayed his supporters by conning them on January 6th, and he is still doing it. Another conservative editorial board that has long supported President Trump said last week, Donald Trump, quote, won't stop insisting that 2020 was stolen, even though he has offered no proof that that is true. And this, Donald Trump now, quote, clings to more fantastical theories, such as Dinesh D'Souza's debunked 2,000 mules, even as recounts in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin confirm Trump lost. Those are the correct conclusions to draw from the evidence gathered by this committee. We have much more evidence to show the American people on this point than we can reasonably show in one hearing. But today, we will begin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our opening hearing, we gave an overview of our investigation into the January 6th attack. The plot to overthrow the election was complex and had many parts, which we'll explore in remaining hearings. But today, we examine the false narrative that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Former President Trump's plan to overturn the election relied on a sustained effort to deceive millions of Americans with knowingly false claims of election fraud. All elements of the plot relied on convincing his supporters about these false claims. Today, we'll demonstrate the 2020 election was not stolen. The American people elected President Joe Biden. We'll present evidence that Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud were false, that he and his closest advisors knew those claims were false, but they continued to peddle them anyway, right up until the moments before a mob of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol. We'll also show that the Trump campaign used these false claims of election fraud to raise hundreds of millions of dollars from supporters who were told their donations were for the legal fight in the courts. But the Trump campaign didn't use the money for that. The big lie was also a big ripoff. The former president laid the groundwork for these false claims well in advance of the election. As early as April 2020, Mr. Trump claimed that the only way he could lose an election would be as a result of fraud.
You know the things with bundling and all of the things that are happening with votes by mail, where thousands of votes are gathered, and I'm not going to say which party does it, but thousands of votes are gathered and they come in and they're dumped in a location, and then all of a sudden you lose elections that you think you're going to win.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election.
This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
Mr. Trump decided even before the election that regardless of the facts and the truth, if he lost the election, he would claim it was rigged. Mr. Trump was right about one thing. It did not end well. On election night, Mr. Trump claimed even before the votes were counted that his loss was a result of fraud. Now, Thursday, we had testimony from Attorney General Barr about the Department of Justice investigation of Mr. Trump's fraud claims. Barr told Trump directly that his claims were BS. Yet, after hearing the truth and that warning from the AG, Mr. Trump continued to peddle the false claims of fraud. You'll hear detailed testimony from Attorney General Barr describing the various election fraud claims the Department of Justice investigated. He'll tell you how he told Mr. Trump repeatedly that there was no merit to those claims. Mr. Barr will tell us that Mr. Trump's election night claims of fraud were made without regard to the truth and before it was even possible to look for evidence of fraud. Attorney General Barr wasn't alone. You'll see and hear today other Department of Justice officials and senior advisors to Mr. Trump that they told him the claims he was making were not supported by evidence. The election fraud claims were false. Mr. Trump's closest advisors knew it. Mr. Trump knew it. That didn't stop him from pushing the false claims and urging his supporters to, quote, fight like hell, to, quote, take back their country. After he lost the election, various legal challenges were made. You'll hear testimony today from a renowned Republican election litigation lawyer who will explain the normal process by which candidates challenge an election. Rather than accept the results of the election and the decisions of the courts, Mr. Trump pursued a different strategy. He tried to convince the American people the election had been stolen. Many of his supporters believed him, and many still believe him today. The attack on January 6th was a direct and predictable result of Mr. Trump's decision to use false claims of election fraud to overturn the election and to cling to power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now welcome our first witness. We're joined today by former Fox News politics editor Chris Stilwell. Bill Stepien, President Trump's former campaign manager, was subpoenaed to be here and was in Washington this morning, prepared to testify. Kevin Marino, Mr. Stepien's attorney, is here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Marino, for coming. And he has advised us that Mr. Stepien's wife went into labor this morning. Mr. Stepien unexpectedly had to travel to be with his wife, and we wish him the best. Due to the depth and rigor of our investigation, we have several hours of Mr. Stepien's testimony from when we interviewed him in February, and we will be presenting that testimony today. I'll now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise his right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about?
So again, they know what all the witnesses here are going to say. Every witness has already been interviewed. There shouldn't be any surprises, and they have the past testimony if they need to rely on it.
Reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. I want to start by showing a video that tells the story of what was going on in the Trump White House on election night in November of 2020.
You remember where you were on the night of the election, November the 3rd?
I was at the White House.
You know where specifically over the course of that night you spent your time within the White House?
There was an event that was organized in the residence, so I moved between the residence, a room sort of off the residence where some family members were.
I take it the president was upstairs in the residence.
He was upstairs. We were kind of on the first floor, so not upstairs. We were with mostly with Ivanka and her brothers and a couple other people who'd be coming in and out.
Can you just describe the atmosphere? What were people expecting that night when you got to the White House?
I think that there was, typically for people who show up there on election night, it's going to be a self-select, more positive environment. I think people were a little bit nervous, not knowing what was going to happen with the red wave or the red mirage as the debate was being carried out.
The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
Arizona's called. Do you remember that? I do. What do you remember happening where you were when Arizona was called?
There was surprise at the call.
Who was surprised?
Most everyone in the room.
Were you being one of them?
Yes.
Did that shift the atmosphere or the attitude in the White House?
Completely.
How so? Can you describe that?
Because Fox News was the first one to go out and say that.
So was it anger kind of directed towards Fox News for making a call more so than like disappointment that maybe the campaign lost Arizona?
All the above.
So both anger and disappointment.
Both disappointed with Fox and concerned that maybe our data or our numbers weren't accurate.
Were you in the White House residence during the sort of past midnight into the early morning hours of November 4th?
Yes, oh sure. It went over beyond midnight, yes.
Do you remember Rudy Giuliani being at the White House on election night and into the early hours the next morning?
I do.
What do you remember about when he came?
He was I had heard that he was upstairs, in that aforementioned reception area, and he was looking to talk to the president, and it was suggested instead that he come talk to several of us down off the map room.
You said that you had heard that Mr. Giuliani wanted to talk to the president, and then he was directed your way. Did you end up talking to Mr. Giuliani when he was directed your way?
I did.
What was that conversation?
A lot of conversations were directed my way. A few of us, myself, Jason Miller, Justin Clark, and Mark Meadows, gathered in a room off the map room to listen to whatever Rudy presumably wanted to say to the president.
Was there anyone in that conversation who, in your observation, had too much to drink?
Like Mayor Giuliani.
Tell me more about that. What was your observation about his potential intoxication during that discussion about what the president should say when he's addressed the nation on election night?
And the mayor was definitely intoxicated, but I do not know that his level of intoxication when he spoke with the president, for example.
Were you part of any discussions with the people I mentioned, Mr. Steffi and Mr. Meadows, or anyone else, about whether the president should make any sort of speech on election night?
I spoke to the president. They may have been present, but President spoke to the president several times that night.
There were suggestions by, I believe it was Mayor Giuliani, to go and declare victory and say that we'd won it outright.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that.
I remember saying that, to the best of my memory, and I was saying that we should not go and declare victory until we had a better sense of the numbers.
Okay. Can you be more specific about that conversation, in particular what Mayor Giuliani said, your response, and then anybody else in the room's response?
I think effectively Mayor Giuliani was saying, we won it. They're stealing it from us. Where'd all the votes come from? We need to go say that we won. And essentially that anyone who didn't agree with that position was being weak.
What was your view at the time as to what he should or shouldn't say?
I don't know that I had a firm view as to what he should say in that circumstance. The results were still being counted. It was becoming clear that the race would not be called on election night.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day whenever we had something to say.
And did anybody who was a part of that conversation disagree with your message?
Yes.
Who was that?
The president disagreed with that. I don't recall the particular words he thought I was wrong. He told me so, and that they were going to go in a he was going to go in a different direction.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election.
Mr. Stilwell, did President Trump have any basis to declare victory on November 4th, 2020? Thank you. Mr. Stepien also testified that President Trump had no basis for declaring victory at that point in time.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell. Too early to call the race, but we proud of the race we ran, and we think we're in good position, and we'll have more to say about this the next day or the next day whenever we had something to say.
Thank you. Mr. Stilwell, after the votes were counted, who won the presidential election of 2020?
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. of the great state of Delaware.
Thank you. That's the bottom line. We've had an election. Mr. Trump lost, but he refused to accept the results of the democratic process. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stilwell, I'd like you to explain a term that was thrown around a lot during the election, and that's the so-called red mirage. What does that mean?
So, in the 40 or 50 years, let's say, that Americans have increasingly chosen to vote by mail or early or absentee, Democrats prefer that method of voting more than Republicans do. So basically, in every election, Republicans win Election Day and Democrats win the early vote. And then you wait and start counting, and it depends on which ones you count first, but usually it's Election Day votes that get counted first. And you see the Republicans shoot ahead, and then the process of bailing and binding and unbinding all those mail-in votes. In some states like Pennsylvania refuse to count the votes first, so you have to wait for all of that to come in. So in every election, certainly a national election, you expect to see the Republican with a lead, but it's not really a lead. When you put together a jigsaw puzzle, it doesn't matter which piece you put in first, it ends up with the same image. So for us, who cares? But that's because no candidate had ever tried to avail themselves of this quirk in the election counting system. We had gone to pains, and I'm proud of the pains we went to make sure that we were informing viewers that this was going to happen, because the Trump campaign and the president had made it clear that they were going to try to exploit this anomaly, and we knew it was going to be bigger because the percentage of early votes was higher, right? We went from about 45% of the votes being early and absentee to, because of the pandemic, that increased by about 50%. So we knew it would be longer, we knew it would be more. So we wanted to keep telling viewers, hey, look, the number that you see here is sort of irrelevant because it's only a small percentage of these votes.
So
I'm going to pause this for a minute. There's also a blue mirage, and every election we have to discuss it. One of the things that happens is that the East Coast votes first, just because time zones, and those votes come in first. Time zones. That's the only reason why. The East Coast is mostly liberal, especially the cities, the larger cities, New York, Boston. they get all their votes counted first. It's not because they're faster, it's because of time zones. What this means is you always have a huge spike in blue wins, and I since I've been following this, which is before the Kerry campaign, Democrats universally, this happens. Democrats sit there and say, "We're winning. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win. Look at how far ahead we are." Yeah, it means nothing. The reason you're farther ahead is exclusively because of time zones, and the red will catch up when the middle of the country hits the time where they're starting to report their votes. So it's literally that simple. It's and when people don't understand this, this is why you have this kind of problem with these projections. You have to be very careful.
So this red mirage, that's really what you expected to happen on election night.
Happens every time.
Thank you, Mr. Stirewalt. Now, I'd like to play a clip of Attorney General Bill Barr, who also explains what was expected to happen on election night.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence. And it seemed to be based on the dynamic that at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in, which changed the vote counts in certain states. And that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I didn't think much of that because people had been talking for weeks, and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night.
Mr. Stepien obviously could not be with us today, and it's proper for him to be with his wife as they welcome their child. But he also had discussions with the president about the red mirage, that is, that it would be a long night and that early votes would favor him, but that lots more votes would be counted over the course of the night and the days after. So let's play clip 1 from our interview with Mr. Stepien.
I recounted back to that conversation with him, in which I said, just like I said in 2016 was going to be a long night. I told him in 2020 that it was going to be a process again, as the early returns are going to be positive, and we're going to be watching the returns of ballots as they rolled in thereafter.
So is it fair to say you're trying to present what you thought would be a realistic picture of what might happen over the course of that night, being election night?
That night and the days that followed. Yeah, I always told the president the truth, and I think he expected that from me, and I told him it was going to be a process. It was going to be we're going to have to wait and see how this turned out. So I just like I did in 2016, I did the same thing in 2020.
So let's watch a short clip of President Trump speaking after he received that information from his campaign advisors.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
So when former President Trump said that, it contradicted what his advisors had warned would happen. We all know that mail-in ballots played an important role in the 2020 election. However, President Trump continuously discouraged mail-in voting. Mr. Stepien was so concerned about the president's position on mail-in voting that in the summer of 2020, he met with President Trump along with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Let's play clip 4.
Meeting that was had, in particular, I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting, not to be a bad thing for his campaign. But the president's mind was made up, and he understands, how many times to, go to the well on a particular topic.
Yeah, I understand. Tell me a little bit more about the argument that you and Mr. McCarthy made to the president in that meeting as to why it wasn't a bad thing that mail-in voting was available.
Largely two pillars to that argument, both of which I've previously mentioned. One, leaving a good deal to chance, pushing or urging your voters to vote only on election day leaves a lot to chance. That's A. And B, also previously mentioned, the fact that the Trump campaign, Republican National Committee, the Republican Party had an advantage of grassroots workers and volunteers on the ground that would allow, an advantage to enhance return rates of ballots that were mailed. Those were the two pillars of the argument.
I see. And what, if anything, do you recall Representative McCarthy saying during that meeting?
We were echoing the same argument. I mean, his words echoed mine, and vice versa on those two topics.
All right. Quickly, two things. One thing. So mail-in voting. Just so you understand the mail-in voting issue, mail-in voting has favored Democrats in the past. The reason Democrats seized on this about 10 years ago, and they said, hey, wait a minute, things go wrong in a campaign. And if you've already voted by mail, you've already cast your election. So if you change your mind, you can't change your vote. So what Democrats have been doing is pushing mail-in voting and trying to get everybody to vote as early as possible. There are other very good reasons for it. It actually does, evidence strongly suggests it reduces fraud, yada, yada, yada. But the strategy, the playbook for the Democrats have been mail-in voting, because that way you don't get the, Howard Dean moment, where Howard Dean just made a crazy sound. Everybody, for whatever reason, got triggered by it, and nobody wanted to vote for him anymore. And it's like, if everybody had done mail-in voting for Howard Dean, he would have won. He was ahead at the time. But one thing goes wrong for the campaign, boom, he loses. So Democrats have been pushing mail-in voting. Republicans haven't been concerned. Then Republicans see that it's working and it's costing them elections. Their strategy has then been to say, well, gee, it doesn't work, it's unreliable, and to try to reduce the number of mail-in voting days, make it harder to mail-in vote. Now, Republicans have been taking another look at it, and this is what this man here is saying is, well, mail-in voting can actually really help the Republican Party. So the Republicans have been leaning away from saying it's invalid, away from trying to stop it, and in fact leaning towards encouraging it because it can help them as well. That's what he's saying here. So this is why we're talking about mail-in voting. This is why, and the reason conservatives have been so against mail-in voting is because historically it has dramatically favored the Democrats. Now that they're realizing it can favor them, there's a huge push to say, hey, let's everyone do mail-in voting.
Mr. Stirewalt, you were at the decision desk at Fox News on election night, and you called Arizona early for President Biden, which was controversial. How did you make that call, and where did you think the race stood in the early hours of the next day?
Well, it was really controversial to our competitors, who we beat so badly by making the correct call first. Our decision desk was the best in the business, and I was very proud to be a part of it. Because we had partnered with the Associated Press and the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago, thanks to my colleague and friend Arnon Mishkin, had built a wonderful device for forecasting the outcomes of elections. So we had a different set of data than our competitors did. We had more research, and we had a better system, and we had a great team. So what you're waiting to see is, do the actual votes match up with the expectations in the poll? The real votes are testing the quality of your poll in targeted precincts and in targeted places. And let me tell you, our poll in Arizona was beautiful, and it was doing just what we wanted it to do, and it was cooking up just right. And at some point, and I forget exactly who, but at some point it became clear that Arizona was getting ready to make a call. So my boss, Bill Salmon, said we're not making any call until everybody says yes, because that was always our policy, unanimity. And you have to understand, in this room, you have, the best. People from academia, Democrats, Republicans, a broad cross-section of people who had worked together for a decade, who are really serious about this stuff. So we knew it would be a consequential call because it was one of 5 states that really mattered, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona were the ones that we were watching. We knew it would be significant to call any one of those 5, but we already knew Trump's chances were very small and getting smaller based on what we had seen. So we were able to make the call early. We were able to beat the competition. We looked around the room, everybody says yay, and on we go. And by the time we found out how much everybody was freaking out and losing their minds over this call, we were already trying to call the next state. We had already moved on. We were to Georgia, we were to North Carolina, we were looking at these other states. So we thought we were pleased, but not surprised.
I see. After the election, as of November 7th,
One more quick thing. One of the reasons the calls are so controversial and so important is because the U.S. is a big country, and when you make calls, not the whole country hasn't finished voting yet. So if you make calls that help, say, Democrats early in the election, you may get undecideds who decide, well, I want to be on the winning team, I'm going to vote for Democrats. And so calls from the early states can influence later states. So people get very contentious about how and when a call is made. The idea being that a bad call can influence reality and influence the election. So that's why it's so concerning to people.
in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None. I mean, I guess it's always possible that you could have, a truckload of ballots be found somewhere, I suppose. But once you get into this space, ahead of today, I thought about what are the largest margins that could ever be overturned by a recount, and the kind of stuff that we heard Mike Pence talking about, sounding like a normal Republican that night when he said, we'll keep every challenge. Nothing like that. In a recount, you're talking about hundreds of votes. When we think about calling a race, one of the things that we would think about is it outside the margin of a recount? And when we think about that margin, we think about, in modern history, you're talking about 1,000 votes, 1,500 votes at the way, way outside. Normally, you're talking about hundreds of votes, maybe 300 votes that are going to change. So the idea that through any normal process in any of these states, remember, he had to do it thrice, right? He needed 3 of these states to change. And in order to do that, I mean, you're at an infant. You're better off to play the Powerball than to have that come in.
On November 7th, the other major news outlets called the race for President Biden. Now, Mr. Stepien told the committee that he thought the odds were, and this is a quote, very, very, very bleak, and held a meeting with the president that same day. Let's show clip 8, video clip 8.
I mean, with each day that wore on, I mean, the trajectory of the race on election night, Trump ahead in many states. And as that week wore on, as the 3rd became the 4th, became the 5th, and so on and so forth, and the vote by mail ballots were tabulated, Trump's lead, grew more narrow, and in some places, Biden surpassed, Trump in the vote totals. So as the week wore on, as we paid attention to those numbers multiple times a day, internally, I was feeling less confident for sure.
What was your view on the state of the election at that point?
Very, very, very bleak. We told him, the group that went over there outlined, my belief in chances for success at this point, and then we pegged it at 5, maybe 10% based on recounts that either were automatically initiated or could be initiated based on realistic legal challenges, not all the legal challenges that eventually were pursued. But it was my belief is that it was a very, very, 5 to 10%, not a very good optimistic outlook.
Now, as President Trump and others continued to claim that the election was stolen, there were lawyers who were a part of the campaign lawyers, who were responsible for investigating the fraud claims. That includes Alex Cannon, who could not validate the claims that were being made, including those being made by the president. Let's roll video 15.
This is an email. It's 2 emails, actually. The first is from Alex Cannon to you and Faith McPherson. And then you forward that email on to Mark Meadows, Justin Clark, and Jason Miller, the subject being AZ Federal ID Voters. If you look at the original email there, it says, Bill, we completed the AZ analysis you requested. I assume that's about Arizona. And because of the substantial uncertainty surrounding the databases, this is a highly unreliable way to identify ineligible voters. Can you explain the task that you gave to Ms. Cannon for this Arizona analysis?
Sure. Previously, I described some of my frustration with some of the claims that people would throw at President Trump regarding, need to look at this, this happened in this state or that happened in that state. And it would be, those would flow to us to look into. I talked about that before, I think.
Yep.
This is an example of that. I recall in Arizona, someone had thrown out, I believe this to be the claim, that there were thousands of illegal citizens, people not eligible to vote, having cast their ballots in Arizona. Someone had thrown out that claim to President Trump. And with, the margins being as close as they were, as I previously described, that could potentially matter. So this wild claim is thrown out, which, on its face didn't seem, realistic or possible to me. I asked Alex to look at the claim, and I haven't read this full email, but I recall the response to that. The reality of that was not illegal citizens voting in the election. I think it was like overseas voters voting in the election. So obviously, people who were eligible to vote.
When these findings were passed up the chain to President Trump, he became frustrated and he replaced the campaign's legal team. Let's play clip 14.
I think the president, it was during the second week where things like you displayed were occurring, where he was, growing increasingly unhappy with, his team, me, less so because I was less involved at this point, but still me, growing increasingly unhappy with Justin Clark. And that kind of, paved the way for, Justin to be moved out and Mayor Giuliani to be moved in as the person in charge of, the legal side of the campaign and, for all intents and purposes, the campaign at that point.
Now, when Mr. Stepien became campaign manager, he was the second Trump campaign manager for the 2020 race, and there were only about 115 days until Election Day. So let's play the video.
I inherited a campaign that was, the day I was hired was, I believe, President Trump's low point in the 2020 daily average polling against President Biden. It was a campaign at a low point in the polls. It was structurally and fiscally deficient. there was a great deal wrong with the campaign in both of those in both of those areas. So most of my day spent fixing what, and I think I took over with 115 days left in the campaign. Most of my time was spent fixing the things that could be fixed with 115 days left in the campaign.
Mr. Stepien has been in the campaign field for a long time, and he worked for lots of different candidates and campaigns. He testified to this committee about his concerns given the claims that Mr. Giuliani and Ms. Powell and their team were making publicly. Let's play clip 15.
Okay, and was it important for you, Mr. Stepien, to sort of pull back just for your own professional reputation? You didn't want to be associated with some of what you were hearing from the Giuliani team and others that sort of stepped in the wake of your departure?
I didn't mind being categorized. There were two groups of, we called them kind of my team and Rudy's team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal, as reporters, kind of started to do around that point in time. I said, hours ago, early on that, I've been doing this for a long time, 25 years, and I've spanned, political ideologies from Trump to McCain to Bush to Christie, and, I can work under a lot of circumstances for a lot of varied, candidates and politicians, but situation where, and I think along the way I've built up a pretty good, I hope, a good reputation for being honest and professional. And I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
So the president did get rid of Team Normal, and I'd like to play a clip showing that the president found the people he needed to perpetuate his claims of fraud.
They saw a big truck bringing in 100,000 ballots in garbage cans, in waste paper baskets, in cardboard boxes, and in shopping baskets. And every single one of them was for Biden, because they were being notified by Smartmatic in Frankfurt that Biden was way behind and they better come up with a lot more ballots. And we can prove every single thing I just said.
Not only can he not prove a single thing he just said, there's no evidence for what he said. This has been looked into significantly. Keep in mind, too, and we're going to discuss this, so I'm not going to linger on it too much. I know you guys want to watch the testimony. We'll discuss it afterwards. States run the elections, not the federal government. And the states, in many of these states, they're conservative states run by conservative governors, Republican governors. They have every interest in making sure that the votes are counted and counted properly. And the reality is, he can't support any of those claims. Now, this is one of the large concerns. People are asking, why are we doing these hearings? In part, it is also for media accountability. Even if nothing happens legally to any of the people involved here. He said this on Fox News, and nobody pushed back on this. And Fox News has not corrected the fact that on their air, a number of falsehoods and lies about what happened has aired uncontested. Will they ever apologize? I don't know. I suspect not. But having said that, facts do matter, and Fox News has been getting worse about a number of elements like this. And it seems to me that needs to be that record needs to be set straight. And if Fox News won't do it, that's fine. But that is another benefit to these hearings. We'll discuss all the benefits, like I said, afterwards. Let's listen in again.
If you gave me the paper ballots, I could probably turn around each one of these states. I'm absolutely convinced if you let me examine each one of those ballots, I'd pull out enough that were fraudulent that it would shake the hell out of the country.
It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden, which we might never have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm.
I remember that one of the things Mark said at some point was, you can't show an actual vote was flipped, which I found at the time to be a remarkable assertion, because you don't have to have the gun to see the body lying on the floor bleeding out with 5 bullet holes in it was killed by a gun.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts. And the theory was also completely nuts, right? I mean, there's a combination of Italians, Germans. I mean, different things have been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez, a Venezuelan. She has an affidavit from somebody who says they wrote a software in, it's something with the Philippines, and just all over the radar.
Did you ever share, Mr. Kushner, your view of Mr. Giuliani? Did you ever share your perspective about him with the president?
I guess yes.
Tell me what you said.
Basically, not the approach I would take if I was you.
Okay. And how did he react? How did President Trump react when you shared that view with him?
We said, I have confidence in Rudy.
I think I had conversations with probably all of our council who are signed up to assist on Election Day as they disengaged with the campaign. The general consensus was that the law firms were not comfortable making the arguments that Rudy Giuliani was making publicly. I seem to recall that I had a similar conversation with most all of them.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did.
All right, this is critically important. That is the Chief Law Enforcement Officer in the country, and he is responsible for the Department of Justice. He is he was appointed by Trump. He works for Trump, and he has the entire Department of Justice at his disposal, and he is saying nothing happened. He is saying that all of this is complete bullshit. He works for Trump. Trump's lawyers said that, Trump's legal team has said that, and Trump fired all of them that he could.
Even Sidney Powell, defending herself in a defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Voting Systems, argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that her statements were truly statements of fact. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the witness for joining us today. The first panel is now dismissed.
We've been listening to the first portion of today's hearing by the House
Without
January.
objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we presented the testimony of former Attorney General Bill Barr, who testified before this committee. Today, we present additional evidence, including his testimony that former President Trump started making claims of election fraud immediately after the election, and that Barr concluded the claims were untrue. Now, due to the length of Attorney General Barr's testimony, we're only going to include relevant portions at the hearing today. So let's play the video.
The department, in fact, when we received specific and credible allegations of fraud, made an effort to look into these to satisfy ourselves that they were without merit. And I was in the posture of trying to figure out there was an avalanche of all these allegations of fraud that built up over a number of days, and it was like playing whack-a-mole because something would come out one day and then the next day it would be another issue. Also, I was influenced by the fact that all the early claims that I understood were completely bogus and silly and usually based on complete misinformation. And so I didn't consider the quality of claims right out of the box to give me any feeling that there was really substance here.
For the first time since the election, the Attorney General spoke personally with the President on November 23rd, and this was at the White House. Let's play the video, please.
So on November 23rd, I hadn't spoken to the President since the election, and in fact, as I said, since the middle of October, roughly. And it was a little getting awkward because obviously he had lost the election and I hadn't said anything to him. And so Cipollone said, I think it's time you come over here. And so I came over to meet with the President in the Oval Office, and Meadows and Cipollone were there. And the President, and this is leading up to this conversation with Kushner, the President said there had been major fraud and that as soon as the facts were out, the results of the election would be reversed. And he went on this for quite a while, as he's prone to do. And then he got to something that I was expecting, which is to say that apparently the Department of Justice doesn't think that it has a role of looking into these fraud claims. And I said, that has to be the campaign that raises that with the state. The department doesn't take sides in elections, and the department is not an extension of your legal team. And our role is to investigate fraud, and we'll look at something if it's specific, credible, and could have affected the outcome of the election. And we're doing that, and it's just not. They're just not meritorious. They're not panning out. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Even after his Attorney General told him his claims of election fraud were false, President Trump continued to promote these claims.
I felt that things continued to deteriorate between the 23rd and the weekend of the 29th. And then on November 29th, he appeared on Maria Bartiromo's show, Sunday Futures, I believe it was. And he said that the department was missing in action.
Well, no, we had glitches where they moved thousands of votes from my account to Biden's account. And these are glitches. So they're not glitches, they're theft, they're fraud, absolute fraud. This election was over. And then they did dumps. They call them dumps, big, massive dumps in Michigan and Pennsylvania and all over. How the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't know, maybe they're involved, but how people are allowed to get away from this stuff with this stuff is unbelievable.
All right. Her face when he said that was oh dear Lord. I'm going to go back to that he's now saying that the FBI is involved in overturning. I mean, this is a staggering claim. And again, no evidence, Justice Department, nothing on this. But all that notwithstanding, votes were moved from his account. He doesn't even know the terminology correct. He doesn't know what he's taught. None of this there aren't accounts. None of this makes any sense. At any rate, let's keep going.
Yeah, and all over. How the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't know, maybe they're involved, but how people are allowed to get away from this stuff with this stuff is unbelievable.
Now, spurred by what he saw, Barr told the Associated Press on December 1st that there was no evidence of election fraud. And immediately after Attorney General Barr's statement went public, Mr. Trump berated and he nearly fired Barr. But Barr persisted in telling the president that there was no evidence to support the fraud claims.
This got under my skin, but I also felt it was time for me to say something. So I set up a lunch with the AP reporter, Mike Balsamo, and I told him at lunch, I made this statement that to date we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. I had a later meeting scheduled at the White House at 3 o'clock with Meadows. This was previously scheduled, so I knew this was going to come up, and I went over there and I told my secretary that I thought I would probably be fired and told not to go home. I mean, not to go back to my office. So I said, you might have to pack up for me. And so when I got over there, I met with the chief of staff. He said the president was angry. He didn't really get into the issue of the fraud. And then I went up to Pat Cipollone's office and we were talking with each other. And word came down that he wanted us both to go to the Oval. And the president was as mad as I've ever seen him, and he was trying to control himself. And the president said, well, this is, killing me. You didn't have to say this. You must have said this because you hate Trump. You hate Trump. And then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And that, he said people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning and so forth. And I explained to him that at that point, I knew the exact number of precincts in Detroit. I think it was 630 something. I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours. So there's nothing. And I said, did anyone point out to you, did all the people complaining about it point out to you, you actually did better in Detroit than you did last time? I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit. And I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit. And, he was indignant about that. And I reiterated that they'd wasted a whole month on these claims on the Dominion voting machines, and they were idiotic claims. And I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
Okay, so the very next day, the president released a video rehashing some of the very same claims that his chief law enforcement officer had told him were, quote, nonsense.
Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial, or the change of a chip. You can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
Barr again told the president that there was nothing to these claims on December 14th.
When I walked in, sat down, he went off on a monologue saying that there was now definitive evidence involving fraud through the Dominion machines. And a report had been prepared by a very reputable cybersecurity firm, which he identified as Allied Security Operations Group. And he held up the report, and then he asked that a copy of it be made for me. And while a copy was being made, he said, this is absolute proof that the Dominion machines were rigged. The report means that I'm going to have a second term. And then he gave me a copy of the report. And as he talked more and more about it, I sat there flipping through the report and looking through it. And to be frank, it looked very amateurish to me. It didn't have the credentials of the people involved, but I didn't see any real qualifications. And the statements were made very conclusory, like, these machines were designed to, engage in fraud or something to that effect, but I didn't see any supporting information for it. And I was somewhat demoralized because I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality if he really believes this stuff. On the other hand, when I went into this and would tell him how crazy some of these allegations were, there was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were. My opinion then and my opinion now is that the election was not stolen by fraud. And I haven't seen anything since the election that changes my mind on that, including the 2000 Mules movie.
Well, maybe you can assess that 2000 Mules, since people are talking about that.
Well, I mean, just in a nutshell, I just think the GBI was unimpressed with it, and I was similarly unimpressed with it because I think I was holding my fire on that to see what the photographic evidence was, because I thought, well, hell, if they have a lot of photographs of the same person dumping a lot of ballots in different boxes, that's hard to explain. So I wanted to see what the photographic evidence was. But the cell phone data is singularly unimpressive. I mean, it basically, if you take 2 million cell phones and figure out where they are physically in a big city like Atlanta or wherever, just by definition, you're going to find many hundreds of them have passed by and spent time in the vicinity of these boxes. And the premise that, if you go by a box, 5 boxes or whatever it was, that's a mule is just indefensible. It by definition, you're going to have hundreds of this. I mean, I saw one contractor said, we figured out that our truck alone would account for 6 cell phone signals. This was some kind of contractor, and our route would take us by these things on a regular basis. So but then when the movie came out, I think the photographic evidence in it was completely I mean, there was a little bit of it, but it was lacking. It didn't establish widespread illegal harvesting. The other thing is people don't understand is that it's not clear that even if you can show harvesting, that changes the results of the election. The courts are not going to throw out votes and then figure out what votes were harvested and throw them out. You'd still the burden on the challenging party to show that illegal votes were cast. Votes were the result of undue influence or bribes, or there was really, the person was non compos mentis. But absent that evidence, I just didn't see courts throwing out votes anyway. I felt that before the election, it was possible to talk sense to the president. And while you sometimes had to engage in, a big wrestling match with him, that it was possible to keep things on track. But I felt that after the election, he didn't seem to be listening, and I didn't think it was, that I was inclined not to stay around if he wasn't listening to advice from me or his other cabinet secretaries.
So on December 14th, Barr quit. Now, the Attorney General wasn't the only person who told the president that his claims were false. Other officials and close advisors told him the same thing.
Rather than try to address a counterfactual or a hypothetical, let me just say there were instances where the president would say, people are telling me this, or I've heard this, or I saw on television, this impropriety in Atlanta or Pennsylvania or something, and we were in a position to say, our people have already looked at that, and we know that you're getting bad information, that's not correct. It's been demonstrated to be incorrect from our point of view, have been debunked.
A month and a half or so after the election day, and at that meeting, various allegations of fraud were discussed, and Eric and Pat.
All right, the bottom was cut off here. So the previous here was I just want to sorry. So it looks like the bottom was cut off. This man here is what is it? The Deputy Attorney General, I think. And then okay, let's bring this back.
Or Pennsylvania or something, and we were in a position to say, our people have already looked at that, and we know that you're getting bad information, that's not correct. It's been demonstrated to be incorrect from our point of view, have been debunked.
A month and a half.
This is a former counselor to the president, so he's a lawyer that was hired by the president to represent him.
Or so after the election day, and at that meeting, various allegations of fraud were discussed, and Eric and Pat didn't, told the group, the president included, that none of those allegations had been substantiated to the point where they could be the basis for any litigation challenge to the election.
President Trump's own vice president and his top advisors also knew that there wasn't evidence to support the claims that the president was making.
Anyone else other than Mr. Meadows who asked you about the status outside of your legal group, Mr. Morgan and the others you mentioned, anyone else who asked you the status of what you were finding in your assessment of it?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Peter Navarro.
When did you talk to Mr. Navarro?
This is Alex Cannon, a former lawyer for the Trump campaign.
Mid-November.
Sorry, for Trump himself, not for the campaign, for Trump himself.
Around the same time as Mr. Meadows?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that conversation.
I recall him asking me questions about Dominion and maybe some other categories of allegations of voter fraud. And I remember telling him that I didn't believe the Dominion allegations because I thought the hand recount in Georgia would resolve any issues with a technology problem and with Dominion or Dominion flipping votes. And I mentioned at that time that the CISA, Chris Krebs, had recently released a report saying that the election was secure. And I believe Mr. Navarro accused me of being an agent of the deep state working with Chris Krebs against the president. And I never took another phone call from Mr. Navarro.
Anyone else besides Mr. Meadows, Mr. Navarro, Mr. Hirschman that you had discussions with inquiring about what you were finding in your review of the allegations that were pouring in?
I believe I had about a 15-second conversation with the vice president about it as well.
When was that?
During one of the visits to the White House. I don't know which one. I think it was the first one in November. I had met him briefly at the campaign, and he remembered me and saw me. And he asked what I was doing on the campaign, and I told him that, we were looking into some of the issues related to voter fraud. And he asked me, I don't remember his exact words, but he asked me if we were finding anything. And I said that I didn't believe we were finding it, or I was not personally finding anything sufficient to alter the results of the election. And he thanked me. That was our interaction.
Keep in mind as well that if I recall, it was 60 separate court cases regarding fraud and they were presided over by judges appointed by conservative and by liberal, or I should say Republican and Democratic presidents, states attorneys general and states governors from Republicans and from Democrats have all concluded that there was no fraud of any amount that would have been sufficient to change the results of the election in any of these states, let alone at the federal level. This has been investigated by independent states, not by the federal government, but by the states and their own governments, in many cases Republican governments, and they have found nothing across the board. Georgia found nothing. At some point, it has to be reasonably clear that there was no election fraud.
At a later hearing, you'll hear live testimony from the former acting Deputy Attorney General of the Department of Justice, Rich Donoghue. But now I'd like to play a portion of his testimony.
I tried to, again, put this in perspective and to try to put it in very clear terms to the president. And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed. We've looked in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada. We're doing our job. Much of the info you're getting is false. And then I went into, for instance, this thing from Michigan, this report about 68% error rate. Reality is it was only 0.0063% error rate, less than 1 in 15,000. So the president accepted that. He said, okay, fine, but what about the others? And again, this gets back to the point that there were so many of these allegations that when you gave him a very direct answer on one of them, he wouldn't fight us on it, but he would move to another allegation. So then I talked about a little bit about the Pennsylvania truck driver. This is another allegation that had come up.
This is a technique, a rhetorical technique known as a Gish-Gallop, and this is extremely important. A Gish-Gallop is when you provide thousands of claims. So you say, well, this person did this. You invert the burden of proof when you do that, because what happens is now if you debunk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 6 of those claims, they can say, yeah, but there's 20 you haven't debunked. This is an attempt to invert the burden of proof. It is called a Gish-Gallop. This is what the president was doing, just loads and loads of claims. If any of these were true, what he should have done was taken the 1 or 2 true ones and focused on those, said, here is where instead, he threw spaghetti at the wall and it just said, well, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? And has inverted the burden of proof. Now, people have to sit there and disprove all of them to the president or anybody who's making these claims. That is not how evidence works. That is not how any of these, it is on him to demonstrate that they are true, and coming up with 60 of them and demanding that they all be examined. If he knew any of them were true, he should have, in general, when having an argument, you present your strongest, you put your best foot forward, your strongest, the strongest elements first. None of these were true. At some point, you have to sit there and say, you've had all of these theories. Why don't you, when you actually have one that's true, then bring it up. Just stop. Anyways, it's called a Gish-Gallop. It's a well-known rhetorical technique. It is brutally effective, and it inverts the burden of proof.
And this claim was by a truck driver who believed, perhaps honestly, that he had transported an entire tractor-trailer truck full of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. And this was, again, out there in the public and discussed. And I essentially said, look, we looked at that allegation. We looked at both ends, both the people who load the truck and the people who unload the truck. And that allegation was not supported by the evidence. Again, he said, okay. And then he said, no, I didn't mention that one. What about the others?
Okay, again, a Gish-Gallop. Okay, that one's false, and you can tell that you're hitting a Gish-Gallop when, as you knock them down, they're just like, okay, what about the next one? I'm not even going to. You're right, that one wasn't a good one. What about the next one? What about the next one? What about the next one? They're just waiting for a good one, and as you knock them down, they don't care that you're knocking them down. They're trying to win on the vast number of them overwhelming the system. This is what has seeped into the public consciousness. This is why so many people think there must have been fraud, because there were so many claims of it. At least one of those claims must be true. That is why so many people believe it. That is why there's so much contention over this, and it's extraordinarily dangerous because, yeah, if I felt that my vote wasn't being counted, I might get violent about it. That's probably why I get so triggered when people sit there and are on the Capitol steps saying, we have to overturn the election because my vote wasn't counted. No, your vote was counted. You lost, and you're trying to deny me my vote and my constitutional process by lies that have been completely unsubstantiated. Now, none of this is really the point of the hearings so much as how much of this, led to consequences that was directly by Trump, but I think all of this is worth noting. Moving on.
And I said, okay, well, with regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all. I told them that there was no multiple scanning of the ballots. One part of that allegation was that they were taking one ballot and scanning it through 3 or 4 or 5 times to rack up votes, presumably for Vice President Biden. I told him that the video did not support that. Then he went off on double voting. The top of the next page, he said, dead people are voting. Indians are getting paid to vote. He meant people on Native American reservations. He said there's lots of fraud going on here. Told him flat out that much of the information he's getting is false and or just not supported by the evidence. We look at the allegations, but they don't pan out.
His advisors were not the only ones who determined that the president's allegations regarding Dominion voting machines were false. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record of this hearing reports issued by the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, otherwise known as CISA, that addressed and rejected the claims of manipulation of voting machines in the 2020 election.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record a report prepared by the Michigan Senate Oversight Committee that disproved claims of election fraud in Michigan, as well as a statement by 59 of the country's leading election security scientists, noting the absence of any credible evidence that the 2020 election had been altered through technical compromise, and 5 other reports from organizations and individuals confirming there was no widespread fraud in the 2020 election or describing the spread of the former president's lies.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Pursuant to the order of the committee for today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
And with that,
Since we are just a little bit behind, what I'm going to do is move up. I think we're about 10 minutes behind, which is kind of where we wanted to be. So I'm going to move this up, and this is now live. The committee has not reconvened, so we've just lost a little time from pausing. The committee is still in their 10-minute recess. They should be back momentarily. We were about 6 or 7 minutes behind, so we're completely caught up now at this point. So a few things. One, a Gish Gallop, again, it's a rhetorical technique. It is brutally effective. I used to debate. You can find my debates online and various other places. It looks like they're returning now. And, you know, a Gish Gallop's always a hard one to deal with because it ends up, it successfully inverts the burden of proof. Well, I've made so many claims, unless you can disprove all of them, and it's sort of like, no, that's really not how it works. It's a brutally effective technique, and that was clearly what Trump was doing. It was his, I wanted to say, we'll discuss it in the discussion later.
We're joined today by B.J. Pack, Al Smith, and Ben Ginsberg. Mr. Pack is the former United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Mr. Smith is a former city commissioner for the city of Philadelphia, where he served for more than 10 years. Mr. Ginsberg is one of the leading election law attorneys in the country and has represented Republican presidential candidates in election litigation dating back to 2000. Where he represented George W. Bush in the Bush v. Gore litigation. I will now swear in our witnesses. Please stand and raise your right hand.
So again, for those of you who are asking, you know, I from what I've seen on the schedule, the 4th day of hearings is going to be absolutely brutal. I think that's when they hit the biggest stuff is going to be the 4th day. Right now, they're laying the groundwork. What they're saying is, this is what happened. He knew he lost, and he was lying about it. And then next is to what end, and what was really his end goal. But they have to establish that he knew and that he lied about it.
Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the break, I think you all heard Mr. Barr and Mr. Donahue talk about the false claims that Mr. Trump and his supporters made about suitcases of fake ballots in Georgia. We have a witness here today who thoroughly investigated that issue. Mr. Pack, I want to thank you for appearing before us today. You were appointed by President Trump to serve as the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, and you served from 2017 until January of 2021. You were the lead federal prosecutor there and worked for the Department of Justice under then Attorney General Bill Barr.
All right, so very important. So this is a lead prosecutor appointed by Trump himself.
Were you ever asked by Attorney General Barr to investigate claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election? And if so, what were those claims?
Thank you, Congressman Lofgren. Thank you for the question. Approximately December 4th, I believe, of 2020, Attorney General Barr and I had a conversation about an unrelated case to the case at issue. At the end of the conversation, Mr. Barr had asked me if I had seen a certain videotape that was being reported in the news where Mr. Giuliani, in a Senate subcommittee hearing that was held the day before, May 3rd, showed a videotape of a purportedly a security tape at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, which is also in Fulton County in the city of Atlanta. City of, yes. At the time, Mr. Barr asked me that he had made a public statement that he had not seen any widespread election fraud that would question the outcome of the election. And because of the videotape and the serious allegation that Mr. Giuliani was making with respect to the suitcase full of ballots purported in the video, he asked me to find out what I could about it, because he had envisioned that in some days after our call that he was going to go to the White House for a meeting, and then that issue might come up. He asked me to make it a priority to get to the bottom of, to try to substantiate the allegation made by Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you. I understand the Georgia Secretary of State's office investigated those State Farm Arena allegations and didn't find any evidence of fraud. What did you find when your office conducted its own investigation?
We found that the suitcase full of ballots, the alleged black suitcase that was being seen pulled from under the table, was actually an official lockbox where ballots were kept safe. We found out that there was a mistake in terms of a misunderstanding that they were done counting ballots or tallying ballots for the night, and the partisan watchers that was assigned by each of the respective parties were announced to send home. But once they realized the mistake, someone from the Secretary of State's office had indicated that, no, we're not done for the night. You need to go ahead and continue counting. So once they packed up the lockbox full of ballots, they brought back the official ballot box again and continued to tally the ballots from the lockbox. Unfortunately, during the Senate hearing, Mr. Giuliani only played a clip that showed them pulling out the official ballot box from under the table and referring to that as a smoking gun of fraud in Fulton County. But in actuality, in review of the entire video, it showed that that was actually an official ballot box that was kept underneath the tables. And then we saw them pack up because of the announcement that they thought they were done for the night. And then once the announcement was made that you should continue counting, they brought the ballot box back out and they continued to count. The FBI interviewed the individuals that are depicted in the videos that purportedly were double, triple counting of the ballots, and determined that nothing irregular happened in the counting, and the allegations made by Mr. Giuliani were false.
Thank you very much. I'd like to play again a testimony from Mr. Donahue, who appeared before the committee before today.
Mr. Donahue, we talked at some length about whether or not the White House or the President was informed about the Antrim report. On the results of the investigations, the interviews that had gone on Fulton County, how would those results have been communicated to the White House, to the President?
I don't know how they were initially communicated. I do know that they came up in subsequent conversations with the President, and Dag Rose and I essentially told him, we looked into that, and it's just not true.
Okay, so he was informed.
I told the President myself that several times in several conversations, that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, it was not true.
Mr. Pack, after you left the U.S. Attorney's Office on January 4th, 2021, did the next U.S. Attorney there, I think Mr. Trump's personal pick, Bobby Christine, did he investigate any remaining claims of fraud? And if so, did he find any evidence that supported the President's claims of voter fraud?
It is my understanding that Mr. Christine continued any investigations that were pending at the time of my departure, but he was unable to find any evidence of fraud that affected the outcome of the election.
So after investigating the President's and Mr. Giuliani's claims about voter fraud in Georgia, is it your view today that there was no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to undermine confidence in the outcome of the election in Georgia?
That is correct.
All right, this happened now several times where Trump has gotten people who disagree with what he's saying, either about facts or about the law, and he replaces them with somebody else. And in many instances, the replacements reach the exact same conclusions.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. And I want to thank you also for the service that you've given to our country. We appreciate that. Next, I'd like to turn to President Trump's false allegations about election integrity in Philadelphia. The Attorney General discussed these allegations at some length.
You know, the idea, the president has repeatedly suggested that there was some kind of outpouring of unexpected votes in inner city areas like Philadelphia. As recently as January 13th, when he walked off the NPR set, he was asked by the interviewer, what's your evidence of fraud? And he said more people voted in Philadelphia than there were voters. And that was absolute rubbish. The turnout in Philadelphia was in line with the state's turnout. And in fact, it was not as impressive as many suburban counties. And there was nothing strange about the Philadelphia turnout. It wasn't like there was all these unexpected votes that came out in Philadelphia. So, I think once you actually look at the votes and then there's an obvious explanation. For example, in Pennsylvania, Trump ran weaker than the Republican ticket generally. He ran weaker than two of the state candidates. He ran weaker than the congressional delegation running for federal Congress, and he ran weaker than the Republican, I think. I haven't looked at this recently, but he generally was a weak element on the Republican ticket. So that does not suggest that the election was stolen by fraud.
So just to be clear, you have a president of the United States claiming with absolutely no evidence and contrary to the calls of his Justice Department, claiming that in one state there were more votes cast than members of that state. That has never happened. That wasn't even close to happening here. My suspicion is, I haven't looked at the numbers, my suspicion is the turnout there was probably about 50%, which is usually what it is. It's an extraordinary claim, and there was no evidence for it, and you have a president going on national public radio and saying this as it were a fact. It is staggering and a gross dereliction of and gross abuse of the power of that office. This simply did not happen.
About Pennsylvania and Bill McSwain, we were talking to the U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia about an alleged discrepancy between the number of absentee ballots issued and the number of ballots cast.
Right. So that was one of the big ones for a period of time. I think that was raised at Gettysburg by Giuliani or something like that. But it kept on being repeated, and I found it annoying because it didn't seem that it was right. So I called McSwain, and he got back to me. He said, no, the problem is that Mastriano threw out this number, and what he did was he mixed apples and oranges. He took the number of applications for the Republican primary, and he compared it to the number of absentee votes cast in the general election. But once you actually go and look and compare apples to apples, there's no discrepancy at all. And, that's one of the, I think at some point I covered that with the president.
We have another witness here today who has detailed knowledge about the election process in Philadelphia. Mr. Schmidt, at the time of the 2020 presidential election, you were serving as the only Republican member of Philadelphia's three-member city commission, which is responsible for overseeing elections throughout the city. Is that correct?
That's correct, Congressperson.
So President Trump made numerous claims regarding fraudulent voting practices in Philadelphia, including the claim that dead people were voting. In fact, Mr. Giuliani told Pennsylvania state legislators that 8,000 dead people voted in Pennsylvania. You investigated those claims of voter fraud. Can you tell us what you found?
Not only was there not evidence of 8,000 dead voters voting in Pennsylvania, there wasn't evidence of 8. We took seriously every case that was referred to us, no matter how fantastical, no matter how absurd, and took every one of those seriously, including these.
As it turns out, even Mr. Trump's campaign lawyers knew that the dead voter claims weren't valid.
I guess the crooks in Philadelphia are disappointed in this. They only submitted 8,021 ballots from dead people, mail-in ballots for dead people. It's probably easier for dead people to submit mail-in ballots than it is to vote in person.
Rudy was, at this stage of his life, and the same ability to manage things at this level or not. And obviously, I think Bernie Kerik publicly said it. They never proved the allegations that they were making, and they were trying to develop.
Mr. Schmidt, on November 11th, 2020, President Trump tweeted about you, saying, and here's a quote, "A guy named Al Schmidt, a Philadelphia commissioner and so-called Republican, or rhino, is being used big time by the fake news media to explain how honest things were with respect to the election in Philadelphia. He refuses to look at a mountain of corruption, dishonesty. We win." As a result of that tweet and the CNN interview you gave where you stated the dead voter claims in Pennsylvania were false, you and your staff were subjected to disturbing threats. Can you tell us about that?
The threats prior to that tweet, and on some level it feels almost silly to talk about a tweet, but we can really see the impact that they have, because prior to that, the threats were pretty general in nature. Corrupt election officials in Philadelphia are going to get what's coming to them. You're what the Second Amendment is for. You're walking into the lion's den, all sorts of things like that. After the president tweeted at me by name, calling me out the way that he did, the threats became much more specific, much more graphic, and included not just me by name, but included members of my family by name, their ages, our address, pictures of our home, just every bit of detail that you could imagine. That was what changed with that tweet.
Behind me are redacted threats that you received, that you provided to the committee. Now, we redacted portions of the text to protect your family. Mr. Schmidt, I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say we are deeply sorry for what you and your loved ones have been through. And I also want to thank you for your service to your country and for standing up for the rule of law. I want to thank both Mr. Pack and Mr. Schmidt for their service, their testimony, and for standing up for the rule of law. Now I'd like to turn to another subject. The courts in our country provide a legitimate venue for campaigns to challenge what they view as irregular election practices. Now, courts have the final say on how the law applies to those challenges. We have a renowned legal expert here to address the Trump campaign's activities in court. Mr. Ginsburg, you've spent your entire career representing Republicans in election-related litigation. You served as the National Counsel on Republican presidential campaigns in 2000, in 2004, and in 2012. You played a key role in the 2000 Florida recount that led to the Supreme Court's decision in Bush v. Gore. You served as the co-chair of the Presidential Commission on Election Administration. I think it's fair to say you're the most prominent Republican lawyer who's litigated in the election field. Now, you've analyzed the Trump campaign's litigation pretty carefully. What's the normal process for post-election litigation? How is the Trump campaign's different from the kinds of post-election litigation you've been involved in and know about?
In the normal course of things, any campaign on the night of the election and in the days after will do a couple of different things. One is that they'll analyze precinct results to look for abnormalities in the results, and they'll send people to those precincts to ask more questions. Secondly, all campaigns will have poll watchers and poll workers and observers in the polling place. And so campaigns will talk to those people if they saw any irregularities that could cause problems in the election. Now, the Trump campaign talked pre-election about having 50,000 poll workers. So presumably, they did have eyes on the ground in all these places. And so in the normal course of things, a campaign will analyze the reports that come in. Trump campaign had a couple of basic problems, however. Number one, the 2020 election was not close. In 2000, that was 537 and close. In this election, the most narrow margin was 10,000 and something in Arizona, and you just don't make up those sorts of numbers in recounts. And when the claims of fraud and irregularities were made, you've heard very compelling testimony from Mr. Stepien, from Matt Morgan, from Alex Cannon about those claims and how they didn't believe them. And so that put the Trump campaign on sort of a process of bringing cases without the actual evidence that you have to have in which the process is designed to bring out.
So are you aware of any instance in which a court found the Trump campaign's fraud claims to be credible?
No, there was never that instance. In all the cases that were brought, and I've looked at the more than 60 that include more than 180 counts, and no, the simple fact is that the Trump campaign did not make its case.
The Select Committee has identified 62 post-election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and his allies between November 4th, 2020 and January 6th, 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses and only a single victory, which actually didn't affect the outcome for either candidate. Despite those 61 losses, President Trump and his allies claim that the courts refused to hear them out, and as a result, they never had their day in court. Mr. Ginsburg, what do you say about the claims that Mr. Trump wasn't given an opportunity to provide the evidence they had of voter fraud? Did they have their day in court?
They did have their day in court. About half of those cases that you mentioned were dismissed at the procedural stage for a lack of standing. The proper people didn't bring the case, or there wasn't sufficient evidence and it got dismissed on a motion to dismiss. But in the other, there was discussion of the merits that was contained in the complaints. And in no instance did a court find that the charges of fraud were real. And it's also worth noting that even if the Trump campaign complained that it did not have its day in court, there have been post-election reviews in each of the 6 battleground states that could have made a difference. And those ranged from the somewhat farcical Cyber Ninjas case in Arizona to the Michigan Senate report that was mentioned earlier, the hand recount in Georgia that Mr. Pack addressed. And in each one of those instances, there was no credible evidence of fraud produced by the Trump campaign or his supporters.
Thank you. You know, as Mr. Ginsburg has explained, there are no cases where the Trump campaign was able to convince a court that there was widespread fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election. Over and over, judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans alike directly refuted this false narrative. They called out the Trump campaign's lack of evidence for its claims, and the judges did that even in cases where they could have simply thrown out the lawsuit without writing a word. You can see behind me a few excerpts from the decisions in these 62 cases. The Trump campaign's lack of evidence was criticized by judges across the political spectrum. In Pennsylvania, a Trump-appointed judge concluded, quote, Charges require specific allegations and proof. We have neither here. Another Trump-appointed judge warned that if cases like these succeeded, quote, any disappointed loser in a presidential election able to hire a team of clever lawyers could flag claimed deviations from election results and cast doubt on election results. The list goes on and on. Allegations are called, quote, an amalgamation of theories, conjecture, and speculation. In another, strained legal arguments without merit, unsupported by evidence, derived from wholly unreliable sources, a fundamental and obvious misreading of the Constitution. The rejection of President Trump's litigation efforts was overwhelming.
And keep in mind, once again, it's worth noting this is not, in many cases, federal court. These are individual courts in each of the 6 states. Independent judges, independent states, all reaching the same conclusions.
22 federal judges appointed by Republican presidents, including 10 appointed by President Trump himself, and at least 24 elected or appointed Republican state judges dismissed the president's claims. At least 11 lawyers have been referred for disciplinary proceedings due to bad faith and baseless efforts to undermine the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. Rudy Giuliani had his license to practice law suspended in New York, and just this week, a newly filed complaint will potentially make his suspension from practicing law in D.C. permanent. And as we've just heard from perhaps the most preeminent Republican election lawyer in recent history, the Trump campaign's unprecedented effort to overturn its election loss in court was a deeply damaging abuse of the judicial process. As stated by U.S. District Court Judge David Carter, this was, quote, a coup in search of a legal theory. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The second panel of witnesses is now dismissed.
All right, that strikes me as pretty devastating. That attorney and KCA Randy, I don't know. I hadn't heard that, so that's worth looking into. Your question. Let's see what. That attorney's testimony was devastating.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for a closing statement.
Thank you.
Right, so we're almost done for the day, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that we understand the litigation efforts by President Trump and his allies, I'd like to present additional actions taken by the Trump campaign during this time. President Trump continued to push the stolen election narrative, even though he and his allies knew that their litigation efforts making the same claim had failed. It's worth pointing out that litigation generally does not continue past the safe harbor date of December 14th. But the fact that this litigation went on, well, that decision makes more sense when you consider the Trump campaign's fundraising tactics. Because if the litigation had stopped on December 14th, there would have been no fight to defend the election and no clear path to continue to raise millions of dollars. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd ask for unanimous consent to include in the record a video presentation describing how President Trump used the lies he told to raise millions of dollars from the American people. These fundraising schemes were also part of the effort to disseminate the false claims of election fraud.
Without objection, so
My name is Amanda Wick, and I'm Senior Investigative Counsel with the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Between Election Day and January 6th, the Trump campaign sent millions of fundraising emails to Trump supporters, sometimes as many as 25 a day. The emails claimed the, quote, left-wing mob was undermining the election, implored supporters to, quote, step up to protect the integrity of the election, and encouraged them to, quote, fight back. But as the Select Committee has demonstrated, the Trump campaign knew these claims of voter fraud were false, yet they continued to barrage small-dollar donors with emails, encouraging them to donate to something called the Official Election Defense Fund. The Select Committee discovered no such fund existed.
I don't believe there is actually a fund called the Election Defense Fund.
Is it fair to say that the Election Defense Fund was another, I think we called it a marketing tactic? Yes. And tell us about these funds as marketing tactics.
Just a topic matter where money could potentially go to be, how money could potentially be used.
This is the digital director for the Trump campaign, Trump campaign's digital director speaking now.
The claims that the election was stolen were so successful, President Trump and his allies raised $250 million, nearly $100 million in the first week after the election. On November 9th, 2020, President Trump created a separate entity called the Save America PAC. Most of the money raised went to this newly created PAC, not to election-related litigation. The Select Committee discovered that the Save America PAC made millions of dollars of contributions to pro-Trump organizations, including $1 million to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' charitable foundation, $1 million to the America First Policy Institute, a conservative organization which employs several former Trump administration officials, $204,857 to the Trump Hotel Collection, and over $5 million to Event Strategies, Inc., the company that ran President Trump's January 6 rally on the Ellipse.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
The evidence developed by the Select Committee highlights how the Trump campaign aggressively pushed false election claims to fundraise, telling supporters it would be used to fight voter fraud that did not exist. The emails continued through January 6th, even as President Trump spoke on the Ellipse. 30 minutes after the last fundraising email was sent, the Capitol was breached.
Every American is entitled and encouraged to participate in our electoral process. Political fundraising is part of that. Small dollar donors use scarce disposable income to support candidates and causes of their choosing, to make their voices heard. And those donors deserve the truth about what those funds will be used for. Throughout the committee's investigation, we found evidence that the Trump campaign and its surrogates misled donors as to where their funds would go and what they would be used for. So not only was there the big lie, there was the big ripoff. Donors deserve to know where their funds are really going. They deserve better than what President Trump and his team did. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
All right, that's a pretty bold claim. Essentially, I have to believe FEC rules were violated in that, but what they're saying is that knowing that the election hadn't been stolen, they were campaigning and asking for funds to fight the fraud, even though they knew there was none, and then used that money to support candidates within the administration or candidates that were friendly to the administration. That's the first time I've heard this, and is a shocking claim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank all of our witnesses today. And I'd also like to, in particular, wish Mr. Stepien and his family all the best on the arrival of a new baby. Today's hearing, Mr. Chairman, was very narrowly focused. And in the coming days, you will see the committee move on to President Trump's broader planning for January 6th, including his plan to corrupt the Department of Justice and his detailed planning with lawyer John Eastman to
to pressure the Vice President, state legislatures, state officials, and others to overturn the election. Let me leave you today with one clip to preview what you will see in one of our hearings to come. This is the testimony of White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. John Eastman called Mr. Hirschman the day after January 6th, and here is how that conversation went.
I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
At the conclusion of last week's hearing, we showed you a video of rioters explaining why they had come to Washington on January 6th. It was because Donald Trump told them to be here. Today we heard about some of the lies Donald Trump embraced and amplified when it became clear he didn't have the numbers of votes to win the election. We heard about how officials at different levels of government explored claims of fraud and found no evidence, yet the former president continued to repeat those false claims over and over again. Today, we'll end things where we did on Thursday, back on January 6th, hearing words of individuals who wanted to stop the transfer of power. We know they were there because of Donald Trump. Now we hear some of the things they believed. Without objection, I enter into the record a video presentation.
I know exactly what's going on right now. Fake election. They think they're gonna fucking cheat us out of our vote and put communist fucking Biden in office. It ain't fucking happening today, buddy. You voted?
Yes, sir.
How'd it go?
Voted early. It went well, except for the can't really trust the software. Dominion software all over.
We voted, and right in the top right-hand corner of the Dominion voting machine that we used, there was a Wi-Fi symbol with 5 bars. So that most definitely connected to the internet, without a doubt. So they stole that from us twice. We're not doing it anymore. We're not taking it anymore. So we're standing up, we're here, and whatever happens, we're not laying down again.
I'm from Pennsylvania. It didn't work. It absolutely worked. It didn't work.
Voted.
No.
Trust the system.
200,000 people that weren't even registered voted. 430,000 votes disappeared from President Trump's tally. And you can't stand there and tell me that it worked.
I don't want to say that what we're doing is right. But if the election's being stolen, what is it going to take?
The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
All right, so that ends the second day of the committee hearings, the public hearings. So let's discuss this a bit. I think we're going to just discuss it here rather than go to a separate stream for that. At this point, everything's running late, so I don't think there's any point. So there's a lot of questions people have asked. Going forward, I'm going to try to address the questions that we saw in the live chat and try to put some context into. Okay, here we go. Let's. All right. So, want to address some of the questions that were in the live chat that we were talking about. So. Where's the evidence is the biggie question that I think everybody's been asking. Here's the problem. And now a whole bunch of people have just tuned out because I don't want to hear a problem. I want to hear the evidence. Here's the thing. Take a look at Watergate. And again, I said this before, the evidence to get to from 5 burglars to the President of the United States was long and complicated. That didn't mean it wasn't true. It meant that you had to listen and you had to engage, and some of it's very boring. If you've ever been on a jury trial, you recognize what's happening, you recognize what you're seeing here, and you recognize that they have to build the case. They can't just sit there and drop a piece of evidence, because what's going to happen is people are just going to dismember it and say, well, it doesn't fit in the context, it doesn't mean anything because of all this other stuff, especially if you've already bought the narrative on the Trump side. So they have to build the case, and they have to build it slowly, and they have to say, here's how we know this, here's how we know that, here's how we know this. You say, well, yeah, but that's not the whole picture. People want the whole enchilada in a single soundbite. It doesn't work that way. It is rare it works that way. Now, conservatives or Republicans in this country are very good at messaging. They're much better than the Democrats. But that also means that conservatives are used to, or Republicans are used to that messaging. They're used to sound bites and getting a soundbite. And if it's not a soundbite, it must not be true. That's not how it works. They laid out how they're going to present their case to the American public. You cannot present a case this complicated and for the scope of what was done in 5 minutes. You can't do that. That's not going to happen. If Trump were the kind of idiot that would sit there and write out on a piece of paper, this is my master plan, I hope I don't get caught, and then somebody gets that paper and this isn't the movies. This isn't... He knows what he's doing, and he knows how to do shit without getting caught. He appears to have been doing a lot of shit for a very long time. And the people who are successful grifters, whether or not you assume or believe that that's Trump, the people who successfully pull off scams, the people who successfully pull off fake campaigns or whatever, are the ones who are good at it for some reason. If they're not good at it, they end up getting caught reasonably early on. Master criminals of any kind have been criminals for a very long time and have learned how not to get caught. When you catch them, it's not easy to show exactly how they did it, because they didn't leave a smoking gun. If they had left a smoking gun, they wouldn't have gotten as far as they were. The ones who leave smoking guns get caught and go to jail very, very early. Same thing in any criminal enterprise. That's why when you're prosecuting the head of the mafia in any state, it's a difficult thing to do, because it turns out you don't get to be the head of the mafia by running around saying, listen, I've done all of these illegal things and all of the evidence I put in one place here with a confession and all that. That stuff doesn't happen. That's in the movies. That stuff doesn't happen. If you want to show that somebody is guilty of a crime like that, and it's somebody who took some pains to not get caught, it's long and it's difficult. So the question you have to ask yourself is, do you think the Republic is worth it? Do you think it's worth actually seeing the evidence and seeing it on these terms? I find it amazing that people think it is worth it for things like Benghazi or the Hillary emails. It's worth a lot of time, and a lot of people watched that. That was all over Fox News. But these charges aren't worth it. And it seems to me that by this hearing, they have demonstrated pretty conclusively that Trump must have known these allegations were false, and he was running around saying they were true. That alone is pretty serious. May not be a crime. That alone is pretty serious. They're going to connect that to a bunch of other things coming up. They've already laid the foundation for that, and so we're going to have to see. But to the people, if they just dropped all of this in 3 or 4 sentences, which appears to be what people are looking for, you'd find so many holes in it, because it's not that simple. It's never been that simple. It wasn't that simple with Watergate. It hasn't been that simple with any other significant case of fraud. Some are more complex than others. But the allegations here take time to support and evidence. And I'm aware that in a modern age, nobody's interested in that. And that's unfortunate. The biggest thing that's going to kill our republic is apathy. And I know conservatives know this, because when they were arguing about, all the things Hillary Clinton did wrong, they were concerned about apathy. And the number of people who didn't actually I watched those hearings. So I know what was said. And a lot of the reports on what was said, I mean, again, Hillary didn't delete a single email. I say that, people shut me down as a troll, despite the fact it's true. You only know that if you watched the testimony. And we've covered a number of times and cases on this show. I think that's one of our hallmarks is showing when the media gets it wrong, which it does far more often than I ever thought before I started on this endeavor. So if you're listening to the media and seeing what they say and the spin they put on it, you're going to get a very different perspective than if you watch it. It seems to me that they have a good deal of evidence to support the claims that they have made on individual sessions. So today was just about, did Trump know that he lost the election? Was he told adequately, and was he going forward with these actions anyway? And the answer strikes me as being a pretty reasonable yes. It seems to me he had to know. I think they've made that crystal clear by this point. But you have to establish that before you can go on to the next step. I think that's been pretty well established. If they just started at the next step, you'd say, well, how did he know? Do you know that he knew? Maybe he was deluded. So it's a long process. It's difficult. I think it's worth the exploration. So, having said that, a couple of things. Let's see. There was so we discussed 𝐓𝐢𝐬g-Gallup, and I think there was in the live chat some good comments on how to defeat a 𝐓𝐢𝐬g-Gallup. It can be defeated, but the problem is it looks disingenuous when you're defeating it. So somebody hits you with a 𝐓𝐢𝐬g-Gallup, usually you say, "Listen, give me your strongest claim." Now, if they're an expert at a 𝐓𝐢𝐬g-Gallup, what they're going to say is, well. I've got a lot of claims here. Why aren't you just, I've given you a whole bunch. Pick one. Why don't you feel like you can actually address the claims? And there's all sorts of rhetorical techniques. It's not fun dealing with a 𝐓𝐢𝐬g-Gallup, and it's disingenuous as hell, and that's what Trump clearly was doing. We got asked a little bit about the calling of elections. So here's the way it works. So the United States is, of course, 50 states. Now, the way we were set up, and this is just an interesting tidbit of history. We've talked about this before. Oh, dear God, I hope Azandri doesn't watch this because he's just going to be touting it till the cows come home. We were actually set up to be more, when they said states, and when this country was founded, they really meant states in sort of a more European sense, in the same way that the EU is made up of states, like France, like Germany. These are actually countries. So the thinking was that Kentucky and Massachusetts would actually be much more like their own country than a state. That was the thinking. And the federal government was to ensure a very base minimum of rights below which no American citizen could go, and was to establish things that the states themselves couldn't do, like defense of the entire country or treaties with other countries, very similar to how the EU works. This was the original concept of the founding of the United States. One of the reasons this is important is because you would think that the federal government would set up and run the elections. They are barred from doing that. The reason they don't do that is because the concept is that each state has a right to set up its elections any way it chooses. The federal government doesn't have the authority or the right to tell these states how they are going to listen to their own people. That's up to the states. So when you hear today conservatives talking about states' rights, that was actually a very big thing to the Founding Fathers. It really was. We can argue whether it should still be a big thing now and how much it should be states' rights versus power of the federal government. But what you can't argue is what the Founding Fathers had in fact intended when they wrote a constitution, which, by the way, as a reminder, can be changed. Nonetheless, the idea was that if the federal government is in charge of elections, then whoever is in charge of the federal government can rig those elections. So the president can rig the elections to help himself. Therefore, the states are in charge of their own elections. Now, this causes a huge number of problems. We're going to get into a few. We discussed a few already. This causes a real serious number of problems that are it's difficult. But having said that, one thing that makes it almost impossible to do is for the federal government to rig them, because each state does its own election. They then certify their own results, and then they give those results to the federal government. That's the process that was being interrupted on January 6th. It was the certification and the recognition that each state had certified their own results and decided that these are our electors, this is how we are voting. And the states certified it themselves. And all Pence does at this point is he accepts the fact that these are the state's electors. The federal government has no authority, deliberately has no authority to change the electors, to say that the state certifications are invalid, or to contest what the states have decided in any way. And every conservative, every Republican should know this. It's fundamental in the Constitution, in keeping with the very principles that Republicans talk about, that they say is most important to them, which is the states are in charge. The states. In the 6 or 7, depending on what particular issue we're talking about, states that were contested or where there were issues, the states themselves investigated those issues. In some cases, it was a federal court, and in about half the cases, it looks like it was a federal court, and in half the cases, it was a state court. And some of them were Republican judges, some of them were Democrat judges, some of them were appointed by Trump himself, and they all looked at it. In 62 cases, 61 were thrown out. A combination of federal judges and state judges in the states in which their only job, they are beholden only to their state, not to the federal government. So the Secretary of State of Georgia, who has said that these are the election results, they're not beholden to the President of the United States. They owe the President of the United States nothing. They owe the federal government nothing. They owe Democrats, conservatives, liberals, nothing. They work for the people of Georgia. And they don't care what happens in Texas or Massachusetts or other states. It has nothing to do with them. All of these states have certified the results. They've checked the results. They've rechecked them and found nothing. So it's very hard to imagine, given a firewall between the deep state federal government and each of these sovereign states, it's very difficult to see how in all of them there was no evidence of fraud unless there was no fraud. How anybody could apply pressure to these sovereign states is beyond me. That you don't have that. There's no system for that kind of control, and again, deliberately so. That was also what Mike Pence recognized when he said that he was only going to accept electors certified by that state. That state can use any certification process it wants. If they want to, believe it or not, if a state wants to, they can have an octopus. Drop the octopus in the tank. One candidate is in one box, another candidate is in another box. Whichever box the octopus opens, that's the candidate that gets the electors. Many states have since put forward laws that say they can't do it that way and they have to listen to the people. But they've chosen to do that on their own. The federal government just said it's up to the states. They decide how their electors go. Universally, no fraud. Now, this alone should be evidence worthy to continue listening and hearing the rest of this testimony. This alone should be enough to say something is very wrong with what happened. If they come up with no other evidence for anything else, this alone should make it worth it. It may not be an offense that he could be jailed for, but that seems to be coming, and that's what they're suggesting. But at a minimum, what they have now said is that the Trump campaign used these fake fraud allegations to campaign for others who were sympathetic to their cause and to essentially, it sounds like, pocket the money through a super PAC. Have they evidenced that? Well, they haven't proven it. They've shown some evidence that could be used that way. Again, and here's the other thing that I'd like to point out. Fox News isn't airing this, but you can bet they're watching it. And if anything they say doesn't check out, if it doesn't comport with reality, I will bet anyone listening $10,000, if that sounds like a good number to you, that Tucker Carlson's going to point it out if it doesn't comport with reality. And a few people in the live chat have said, well, I want to see this, I want to see that. We should. That should be out there. There should be maximum transparency in this. But I have a sneaking suspicion that people at Fox News are looking into this, because if they find the smoking gun that this is fake, what do you think happens to Fox News's numbers? So let's be aware of the fact that there are plenty of people trying to undermine this, and to the best of my ability, not only have they not succeeded, but this commission's pretty sure they've got it dead to rights. So we'll see where it goes, but I think that alone merits listening to it and putting up with some boring bits as they try to connect the dots. Welcome to every single trial in the United States of America. They're boring, but that's usually a better way of getting to the truth than sound bites. So anyways, that's the state process. That's why we're going through it the way we are. So let's see. Somebody was asking about calling election votes before. Okay, so because every state can choose how they do it, some states close their polls sooner, some stay later. Nobody is allowed to predict the results of a state publicly until after the polls close. That's so you don't influence other people in that state. The problem is we're also a country. So sometimes we're 50 states, sometimes we're one country. And if the polls close in Massachusetts, that'll be 3 hours at least before the polls close in California. So in California, they know what has happened in Massachusetts. Should there be a system that says you can't release any of the states until all the states close? Maybe. But again, you bump into this problem that the states are considered sovereign, especially in this regard. So a state is allowed to close whenever they want, and once they close, anybody can comment on what those states' results were. Somebody had pointed out, and I think this is true, should we be doing all these predictions? Shouldn't we just wait until it's all counted? Well, congratulations. We live in this hamburger culture where we want everything right away, including we want spoilers for what is going to be the last closing line in this hearing, and it doesn't work that way. By the same token, unfortunately, everybody wants to know who won the presidency, and they want to know as fast as possible. And they also want to be the one to tell their friends, quite frankly. You want to sit there and say, oh, yeah, I was watching this show In Time, and they broke the news before. And I brag when In Time breaks the news. But there's this tension, and I've talked about this tension before, and it's really hard. The faster you go, the less accurate you're going to be. I'm proud of the times that we've broken news ahead of time, and we very rarely have gotten anything wrong. And when we have, we've apologized and we'll make a statement about it. It's rare. It isn't easy. And it isn't easy because I know that the more times we do something like that, the more viewers we're going to get. The more people are going to sit there and say, In Time's doing something special. I know that. But I also know it's worthless if we just constantly get it wrong. We're going to get it wrong on occasion. I put my name to this, my full name, proudly, because I believe in the standard that we have for getting it accurately. But the more accurate you are, the slower it's going to be, and people want to know now. There's the tension. That's where ethics come in. That's where experience comes in. And sometimes they get it wrong. Usually they get it right. How do they know? How do they make these predictions? Exit polls. There's a whole bunch of ways in which they make these predictions. They try not to make the predictions until they're certain that the margin of outstanding votes isn't sufficient to really overturn it unless something really unusual is happening. Then they make their predictions. Different news sources have different levels for that, and when they'll make their predictions, most people who are in the know pick a news source that aligns with their values on how and when they make a prediction. When we cover the election nights, we have to sit there and say whose predictions are we going to most go by. We show sort of all the predictions, but we say, okay, the standards used by like AP versus Fox versus these are what the standards are, and we let people know what the standards are so they know how these predictions are being made. And we've seen a lot of predictions flip when covering it, but it's. And then what does the average person do? They just go with the news source they like. That's it. And they don't consider these things. That's not unreasonable, but that's where the tension lies, and that's what makes this so difficult. If you want to get lots of views, if you want to get lots of people who are going to, and then you get lots of sponsors or advertisers, make predictions very, very quickly. Problem is, if word gets around that you're always wrong, you'll still get some people. Look at the news organizations that are capable of lying, and they still get people. But at any rate, that's where the tension lies. That's where those come from. So let's see what else was mentioned in the. Trump had been told repeatedly that he lost, and he basically replaced people who said that. I think it was the former FBI director. Oh, dear Lord, I've spaced his name, but he wrote the book, I think it was No Higher Loyalty, and he talks a lot about loyalty. Loyalty is an interesting concept. I'm a little nervous about that concept because I think loyalty to ideals is great, but we don't normally mean that when we say loyalty. Loyalty we mean to a person. And loyalty is really only important if that person is doing something they shouldn't be doing. If a friend comes up to me and says, well, are you a loyal friend? I was like, well, the reason I'm friends with you is because you and I get along ethically, and we get along for the most part in X, Y, and Z, and we have these overlaps. The only time my loyalty would be important is if you're doing something wrong and I need some reason to support you despite the fact I know you're doing something wrong. That's when loyalty matters. So loyalty, to me, is almost a dirty word for that reason. If they're doing something right, if they're doing something ethical, well, they've got my support. They don't need my loyalty. I'm on the side of right. So loyalty is a tough one. It's clear to me that Trump and the entire organization, I think we've all known this, values loyalty above almost anything else, certainly over facts. And the most disloyal thing you can do is disagree with the narrative, regardless of what the facts actually are. It seems to me, judging from this testimony, and go back and listen to it if you want, but it seems to me that Trump wasn't really trying to make a strong case that there was fraud. He was trying to give anybody listening cover and say, these are all the narratives we've got. Talk about the 10,000 dead people who voted. Talk about this or that. And it didn't need to be true. It just needed to have enough cover that the attorney general could sit there and say, oh, yeah, we've got all this. And it doesn't matter if it's true. He's now got a narrative that he knows is going to be supported by Trump and everybody else. And the people who really look into it are going to be shouted down by everybody else. Trump was just trying to give everybody a narrative and seemed to get pretty frustrated when the narrative was just being ignored for facts. Why do you care about the facts? This is what we're going to say so we can win. Win at any cost. So, all right, that's sort of what I was seeing there. The charges about the fundraising, that's new. We'll have to see where that goes. That strikes me as mostly out of the purview of this committee, but I have no doubt they've referred that, and we'll see what the Justice Department does with it. That's an interesting claim. I have no doubt, too, that a lot of news organizations will pick up on that and start investigating on their own. There's going to be a lot of freedom of information requests from this, I suspect, and a lot more coming out. Oh, pardon me, please. So we'll see where that goes, but that was, I'm always, again, this is not a court, but I'm always a little careful with stuff like that because Trump could be the most dishonest human being on the planet. Let me rephrase that. Trump is the most dishonest human being on the planet. But that doesn't mean that everything he says is a lie. There's a common, I've used this argument before, and I think this is worth noting and understanding. You got a buddy named Bob. Bob is a hypochondriac. Bob always thinks he's sick with whatever. Somebody comes up to you and says, gee, I've heard Bob has COVID. Do you know? Does Bob have COVID? Now, you haven't spoken to Bob. You don't know. So you just sit there and say, I don't know. I don't know if Bob has COVID. Friend says, well, if you hear anything, let me know. Friend leaves. Bob comes up to you and says, oh, my God, I've got COVID. I know I've got COVID. I've got all the symptoms. Question. Does Bob have COVID or not? What do you tell your friend when he comes back? Now, there's a logical fallacy that human beings do a lot. It's called affirming the consequent, and it rears its ugly head right here. If your friend comes back and says, so, does Bob have COVID? Most people would say, no, he doesn't. How do I know that? Well, because he said he does, and he's a liar. No. Turns out, and this is interesting fact, hypochondriacs get COVID at the same rate as everybody else. So do compulsive liars. They get COVID at the same rate as everybody else. If somebody is a compulsive liar, it doesn't mean that what they're saying is a lie. It means you cannot trust them when they say something is true. Most of the time, we have a sort of a very basic level of trust in human interactions. There's a whole bunch of reasons for this. We've covered some of this before. But a long story short, if a complete stranger comes up to you and says, I have COVID, in general, you're going to assume they're telling the truth. If you happen to know that they're a hypochondriac, you shouldn't assume it's a lie. They could easily be telling the truth, and there are hypochondriacs who have gotten COVID. But you have to deny that it's evidence that they're telling the truth. There's a difference between saying there is no evidence he's telling the truth or the claim is evidence they're lying. When a hypochondriac says, gee, I'm sick, when a compulsive liar says anything, it doesn't mean that they're lying. It simply means you cannot take what they're saying as true. Their claim is not evidence. So when your friend comes up to you and says, I heard Bob has COVID, I heard you talk to him, does he have COVID or not? Your answer is should be the exact same as it was the first time he asked you. I don't know. Why? Because you have one source that says he does have COVID. But that's him, and he's unreliable. Doesn't mean he's lying. It just means he's not an acceptable source to say that he's got it. So your answer should be the same. I don't know. Trump. Trump could be the biggest, let me rephrase again. Trump is the biggest liar ever. Okay, cheap joke. Trump could be the biggest liar in human history. Unless he is incapable of telling the truth because he's hardwired that way, it still doesn't mean that on any given claim you can sit there and say, I know it's a lie because he's a liar. It's evidence that the opposite must be true. No. So when the committee comes out and says, well, gee, he committed this fraud with the campaign funds, that doesn't, let's assume all that's true. Doesn't mean he lied about other things. It does speak to motive. It does speak to the fact that he had motive to continue to lie about the fraud. Aside from the motive of staying in office, the monetary motive. So what they're trying to establish is that he's got motive. So, okay, it's ancillary to what's going on. A lot of times we see evidence and it's designed to assassinate his character. I think you have to be very careful with that, especially if the evidence itself turns into a gish gallop. So we don't know. Those claims strike me as credible. Doesn't mean they're true. They're just credible. We have to look at everything. So we'll see where this goes, but I think they demonstrated today quite clearly that Trump had all the evidence he needed to know that this was fake. All of the U.S. officials responsible for telling him that it was fake told him it was fake. None of this happened. We know that sources like Rudy Giuliani just got all of these things dead wrong. Didn't stop him from trying, didn't stop them from gish gallops with as many claims as possible, hoping that one of these claims was going to stick. They did stick with a number of people, unfortunately, and I think that's one of the reasons. And I'd been asked, this was one I did promise, I promised Wednesday that I'd get into this, which is, why have these hearings if there's going to be no legal ramifications? Well, there's already been legal ramifications for a number of the people involved in this, and there will continue to be. So members of the Proud Boys that have been convicted based on evidence found by this committee. It's an investigative body. They can look for evidence. They can't bring charges, but they can look for evidence and give that evidence to courts. They can give that evidence to prosecutors. They can give that evidence to defense attorneys if and when is necessary. And they can recommend charges. Even if no charges happen to come up against Trump, you have the ability to hopefully improve resistance to this kind of bullshit in the future, where we say just because a president is making a claim doesn't mean it's true and would like to see the evidence. And again, if Obama had done this, I have a sneaking suspicion a lot of people would have said, well, gee, Obama, your own Justice Department, the entire Justice Department, everybody at the Justice Department from the top down is saying it didn't happen. Where's your evidence? I'd like to see that with Trump, but okay. I think if we take our news sources a little more seriously as a result of this, I think that's a good outcome. If members of the Proud Boys that were involved take this, receive consequences, I think that's a good outcome. If we become more aware of dishonesty in news sources around us, I think that's a good outcome. If we just become more educated about what actually happened, I think that's a good outcome. Again, these are preliminary findings. They have seen enough evidence that they believe they can reach a conclusion. They're still investigating, and they're still trying to tie up loose ends, and they're still going after, I forget what was two of the elements they're still going after, that they haven't brought up and may not bring up. These are the elements they feel they can support at this point, and we'll see the entire report in November, which hopefully includes absolutely everything. Some they're holding back in part because they don't want future witnesses that are going to be testifying. And one reason this is taking so long is because there are plenty of witnesses who are refusing to testify. At any rate, they don't want those witnesses knowing what they've been told by other witnesses. So they keep some in their pocket so that if a witness contradicts another witness, they know that ahead of time. They don't want people getting their stories straight. So at any rate, let's see. What else do we have? Yeah, I think the out of 62 cases brought, 61 were dismissed, a number based on standing, which is hilarious. And people are sitting there saying like, well, you know, I just don't like the election, so I should have standing. No, it really doesn't work that way. And there's a very good reason why. And that reason was highlighted, especially when, was it Texas that tried to, it was Texas tried to sue in Georgia. It's like Texas doesn't have standing in Georgia, and for very good fucking reasons. And 9 times out of 10, it's the Republicans pointing that out. I have to say this, if you thought Texas should have succeeded in their lawsuit with Georgia, you never again get to complain about the interstate commerce clause being used to prop up Obamacare, because the primary complaint about that was that it was being misapplied, which it was, to force Obamacare on states that didn't want it. Texas doesn't get to sit and tell Georgia how to run its elections. Period. End of discussion. Any more than the federal government should be using the interstate commerce clause to tell you about your health care. Any conservative that's made one argument is tied irrevocably to the other one. All right. Let's see. I think I've just about, I'm going to check the live chat and see if I've missed anything else. Elections. So we discussed loyalty. The one of the things, so we're tomorrow, just for FYI, for anyone who's interested, tomorrow we are going to be having Mr. X and 𝐂𝐚𝐥𝐺 on to discuss science conspiracies. The day after, once again at 10 a.m., we are going to be covering live the hearings. We're going to cover that again. Same commentary. It's going to be the same thing. If you believe we did a good job, and if you like how we're dealing with it, I hope you will share this with other people, encourage other people to come on in and join us, and look forward to having that discussion, and we look forward to continuing our coverage. So let's see. I think I kind of feel like there was one or two things. Oh yeah, the elections run by the states. Oh, we covered that. I think we covered all the questions that I saw. I think I covered Wednesday's question. I covered a few other questions. So I think we're good. If there's anything else big, I don't think so. So I'll give it another minute, see if anybody comes up with anything in the live chat. But also come join us on the Discord. We'll continue the conversation in the Discord, and we will, of course, continue it on Thursday when we cover the, what is it? That'll be the third day. The fourth The fourth day is, I think, when they're going to get into the serious criminal charges. It looks like, from what I'm seeing here in the outline that they gave, the fourth day is when they're going to talk. Actually, I think so Cheney had said that in the future, and I forget whether she intimated it would be the next one or the one after that. I think it's the fourth one, where they're going to get into what evidence they have that Trump was behind the 7 states elector swap, which is unbelievably serious. And it's amazing that hasn't been getting more play. That's another one can be complicated. We have a complicated system. Again, you don't vote for president. I don't think anyone listening to this has ever voted for president. You voted for electors. If you're an elector, then you voted for president. But there may be in an election between 10 and 50 electors on the average state. Unless you're one of them, you've never voted for president. It's a convoluted system as it is. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't matter. The nuance of it, this is one of the times it does. So what they did was election tampering on a huge scale. The question is where they get the idea from. It looks crystal clear from the last evidence that I saw that it's Giuliani. And we've seen a lot of testimony, again, from independent organizations that were doing this and all had the same plan in 7 different states and say, oh, it was Giuliani who told us what to do and how to do it. So... and who said that at least Giuliani told them that he was discussing it with Trump as he was doing it. Given how much we know that they've been dishonest so far, which I think that they've done a pretty good job, just at least in today, in demonstrating that. I think that's going to be a day. So that'll be the fourth one. We'll see that. I think that's going to be where people are going to start to see some serious stuff. But until then, let's. All right. Yeah. Wednesday's asking. Yeah, so Wednesday had asked a question about, I don't remember if it was Wednesday's question about why is this important or it was this, another question, but I think I got it. So thank you all for joining us. Please like, subscribe, and share. It really does help us out. It's a great way to help us out. Doesn't cost you a thing, and also lets us know that you think we're doing a good job, and that's always appreciated too. Thank you all so much for joining us. Again, you can see this anywhere, but if you're coming in time, hopefully that means you like what you hear, and we certainly appreciate it. We hope you will be back for our coverage on Thursday, and we hope you will join us also tomorrow for... Sorry, I said coverage on Thursday. I meant coverage on Wednesday. And we hope you will be here tomorrow for our regularly scheduled program where we will be discussing science conspiracies. Thank you all for joining us. Have a wonderful rest of your day.